Дякуємо за авто підписникам Меркадо медіа. В цей час воно нам дуже необхідно.
Дякуємо глядачам каналу Меркадо Медіа за збір на цю автівку. Слава ЗСУ!
Слава Україні! Я головний сержант 2-ї саперної інженерної роти 33-го окремого інженерного батальйону. Хочу висловити подяку Меркадо та його підписникам за таку чудову машину. Ця машина нас приведе ближче до перемоги. Победа за нами, слава Україні!
Hi guys, today I want to appreciate the Mercado media, all the friends and subscribers, and the Navy community for this wonderful pickup truck. Слава Україні!
Героям слава! Всім привіт! Я Вадим, позивний режисер, 42-га окрема механізована бригада. Ми зараз ведемо бої на Харківщині. Дякую Mercado Media і всім підписникам його каналу за придбаний автомобіль. Він дозволить нам ефективно і успішно виконувати бойові завдання на Харківщині. Я сподіваюся, що цей автомобіль дозволить швидше здобути нашу перемогу. Слава Україні!
Dear friends of NAFO, my name is Pete, hasta la vista, from Project Constantine. This beautiful beast was donated to the brigade that we're friendly with in the forest, yeah, 67 Brigade. 69th Infantry Brigade donating to 67, it's pretty cool. I keep bumping into this vehicle in the forest. We never have time to actually make any videos or get inside your vehicle and do any missions with it, because we're like passing ships in the night here. But Mercado Media, Andrew, you NAFO supporters, it's beautiful to see this grand vehicle that you've got for this brigade, because it's a reliable vehicle, and I've never seen it anywhere other than in the forest. I've never seen it in the garage. And yes to that, and all Ukrainians must live. Bakhmut is Ukraine. This forest is Ukraine. And Mercado Media and NAFO, you guys are here supporting us, man, and we freaking love you to pieces. Thank you for what you're doing for the soldiers of Ukraine. God bless you. To victory. Do перемоги.
All right, everybody, how we doing? Check in. Stream is back. Everybody drop a comment where you're watching from, what city, what state, where in the world you are tuned in from. We got a big stream tonight. We're gonna cover what's happening in the Middle East a bit, go through some MAGA takes and some MAGA postings that I've been withholding from you guys for days now, because we were in freaking Washington DC advocating for Ukraine. Shout out to everybody that watched the stream and the streams I did out there, because I did do some streams. It just wasn't these ones. And then I also got a video, or videos actually, 2 for 2. Monday, Tuesday. I'll have a video tomorrow and Thursday and Friday of the latest in Ukraine, because with everything happening right now, I feel, man, and not a whole lot happening in Ukraine, it's probably a good time to get the videos back, so that way I can give you guys an update every day while still covering, oh dude, it's a lot, and you guys know there's a lot. So, and I likely have ADHD. I'm working on getting all that taken care of for diagnostic. Like, as I'm getting older, I'm just learning more about myself. You guys probably already knew this anyways, but when there's a lot of things happening, I like shut down and like try to like focus on one thing. And usually I'm good at navigating multiple things, but it's really just a lot right now. And you guys, I mean, if you pay attention to the news, I mean, between the election, the Middle East, Ukraine, things going on in the back end in the support area of for Ukraine and other things, it's just been taxing. So at least tonight we get to focus on the debate, but more to come. I promise. Tomorrow we got streams, we got news to cover, we got Project 2025 to finish reading. We got a lot to do on stream. So we're back. Thank you for everyone that gave me the weekend off here on Mercado Media. Yesterday just got late with softball. We ended up going 1-1 last night out there, and hit a home run though. Did finally hit a home run. It's been like a couple years since I hit one over the fence, but I felt good again. I've just been angry, so I took my anger out on the freaking softball apparently. But yeah, last night it was just too late. I ended up staying and hanging out with the team. We grilled, had some hot dogs because I'm the hot dog man, so I had to live up to my name. Stayed out there for a bit and then came back and just hung out with some of my dedicateds on the gaming channel. But we're back full send rest of the week, videos and streams same time here on Mercado Media. We're also live on Twitter, so anyone that's over there, shout out to you. I finally figured out how to get it to that platform, so the next one's gonna be Twitch, and I'm working. That's like nearly done. It's nearly done. I'm just ready to send a stream to it and test it. But I didn't want to like test it on the debate night stream, because this is gonna be a big stream tonight. There's gonna be a lot of people tuned in, and I didn't want anything to be messed up. So let me know if it's good with a multi-stream to the 3 platforms. That being, shout out to my YouTube channel, shout out to the Facebook page, and also my Twitter. Anyone that's over there tuned in, welcome. The social media platform formerly known as, the former. There's a lot of people over there still though that aren't Elon'd. and that are still tuned into what I have to say. So it's pretty awesome. So, all right. Well, how have we all been doing? How's everybody doing? Leave a comment where you're watching from. What up, Lisa? What up, Slava, Ukraine? Did you guys check out today's video? Or at least if you didn't do it, if you have time, the debate isn't until 8 o'clock. I wanted to start super early. I know, rare. I know, right? Because we do have a lot to cover, and I just couldn't plan out starting an hour ahead of time with things that we could go through while we're waiting anyways. I mean, I got everything done, video edited, posted, and I've been chilling, kind of working on some things for once, for the first time in a long time. So I'm like, gosh, I just start early tonight. But I was going to start an hour early regardless, before the stream, but we got till freaking 8 o'clock. So we got an hour and 20 minutes before this thing goes anyway. So you guys have plenty of time to do what you got to do before the debate actually begins. You're baked in. Who do you guys think is going to win this debate? That'd be kind of a cool poll option or poll question to start. Who do you think is going to win? Who will? And then we're going to dive into some Middle Eastern news, and then we're going to go through American politics stuff. Who will win debate? Who do you think is going to win? Tim Walz? Or who do you got, JD Vance? The mods are going to win? That's not an option. You get JD, you get Tim Walz or JD. Thank you for the 5 gifteds, Linda. Appreciate that. Dunk on you also for 5. And then Dunk on you says Walz will defeat Vance and also Slava Ukraine. Good work. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, with everything going on, I just was like, Ukraine update, because there's so many things I can make a video on right now. And that I could do a good video on, but it's just so much. Like just do what I'm comfortable with. So I got a good Ukraine update posted. It was actually I almost, it was like a 20-minute update, to be honest. I had to cut it down. Walz for sure. You heard the mods, don't be fact checking the debate. Are they going to do a live fact check during this one, or just kind of let them go? That I haven't looked. We'll look at the debate rules like the half hour before the debate starts, and we'll really kind of hyper focus on what's happening with the debate specifics, because again, there's a shitload happening. There's just so much going on right now. Pretty overwhelming. It is what it is. It's life. Also, you guys donate to our NAFO campaign. As you saw in the intro, we got trucks going to Ukraine still. We got 35% complete going with Johnny FD for Kosik Gundy, Aiden Aslan's unit, 3 trucks for the 67, or what's their unit? It's listed on here. There it is. The GER 2nd Squadron. I don't know. I had Pete's unit. Shout out to, also donate to Project Constantine and the 67th Brigade. Also do that. But I've just had his unit imprinted into my brain. But no, it's for GER 2nd Squadron, 3 NAFO trucks, and we're doing great with that. That's our 12th NAFO fundraiser, combining with Johnny FD, the legend, and also it's Aiden Aslan's a legend. I've been able to deliver aid with them to the front lines of Ukraine, but he's also, I mean, he was defended Mariupol, was captured, was released. Now he's back trying to help fight the Russians again. Again, outstanding. Was in captivity and was treated, I mean, was tortured, made to do propaganda. He had to sing songs and shit. Like, they were doing classic Russian torture and captivity tactics on Aiden. Made big world news. We don't know. So that's Kosik Gundy. That's just his handle on social media. Cool guy. Okay, so Israel. Yeah, a lot of you guys might have been watching, or probably are watching, Agenda Free on all this, huh? Because they've just kind of been doing streams on Israel specifically, but Israel got attacked back on the ground, and there were hits. I mean, there were videos being posted. You just go look at some of these here, and I don't know if the Iron Dome system just wasn't working today, or what was happening. I mean, here's the official Israel account. No, this isn't a science fiction movie. This is Israel right now. Retweet so the entire world knows. So those are some of the hits. Is Iron Dome even on today? Like, do they even turn it Last attack we saw, they're up there. They're intercepting them all. They got smashed. They got smashed somewhere. Yeah, there's some serious rockets today. Some serious rockets at Tel Aviv. It's big news. And I'm sorry. Usually I'm good at going live and covering this stuff, breaking. I promise you guys, we'll do it. But you know, it's been a long summer. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not trying to make excuses, but I'm adjusting. So we'll get tapped into the live coverage. Me personally, for you guys, daytime. Maybe you can listen while you're at work or what have you. But I want to start covering this stuff when it happens, obviously, because that's what we're good at over here on the channel, on Mercado Media, and especially our chat and everything. So we'll be tapping in, I promise. But I want to make sure I'm back in the routine of getting those Ukraine videos up, and we'll be locking in on the Middle East again here. Here's some more of the hits. Jay and Kiev posted this one. Just imagine what Israel's going to do to Putin's entire terror coalition. He says no amount of don't escalate bullshit from the U.S. So this is just from the Twitter account here. That was ongoing today. Let's lock in over here. Let's go over here. Let's get some official sources. There's like Twitter. It's just full of clickbait opinions the whole time. Here we go.
Escalation here in the Middle East tonight. Iran.
Over 180 missiles. Let me verify that really quick. Let's go to, let me see. Did Reuters do an article on this? I like certain sources when it comes to information, like especially with the Middle East. You gotta be careful. It's like you gotta watch it. Here, AP is fine. Netanyahu vows to retaliate against Iran as regional conflict. People especially on Twitter, like I'd say with the Middle East, Twitter is probably the worst place to go to like try to find firsthand information, because people are sharing like old videos of Syria and fucking, oh my god, dude, it's just the worst. So Iran launched at least 180 missiles into Israel on Tuesday, another sharp escalation of the months-long conflict between Israel and Iran-backed militia Hezbollah and Hamas. So here's like the latest we can just run through of like what's been reported. Israel's United Nations ambassador says his government will decide when and how to respond to Iran's barrage of close to 200 ballistic missiles. So that's what the UN ambassador says. So it's like it's around the region of 200 regardless, 180 to 200. 200 ballistic missiles that forced Israel's 10 million population into bomb shelters. But I can tell you one thing, it'll be noticed, he said. It will be painful. Danny Dannon reacted to a statement from Iran's UN mission that any new Israeli action will be met with a crushing response, saying, I would not advise Iran to challenge our determination, our capabilities. In the past, we have proved it, and we will prove it again. We have no desire for war escalation, but we cannot sit idly when our civilians are being attacked in such manner, the Israeli ambassador said. Iran used to send boxes out now, but they send almost 200 ballistic missiles. That's something I don't think any other nation in the world will ignore. Yeah. I mean, like, so, I don't know, dude. We've been watching so obviously we cover Ukraine on the channel. That's why I'm ready to tap into this live. But I've been reporting on it too. Tons of Israeli attacks in other places. You know, and we were expecting a response from Iran from when they took out the Hamas negotiator, and it never happened. Right? So like we wait, and then if you watch it, shout out Agenda Free, and they do great work. He does great work waiting. But you waited, and I was waiting, and nothing happened. And then we had the pager attacks, and then they just smoked the Hezbollah leader. So I mean, this was like expected, I think. I could be wrong, but I mean, we were kind of expecting an attack on Israel at some point, with that, especially with the last time Iran vowed to respond and nothing happened. So, and what did do they just not have enough Iron Dome missiles? I feel like there's been some good questions asked with people that are tracking this. It was kind of like, I was reading Twitter today and responses to it because I just read when it comes to Israel mostly and the Middle East. I'm just reading, even though like I was sent to the Middle East in the army, but like I mean, my expertise is Ukraine, to be honest. But there's a lot of interesting questions posted today, and I don't know how. Maybe was anybody maybe in the chat surprised that Israel was attacked? Maybe not. You didn't expect it today, but granted, all the recent news, I kind of think that this was coming at some point. You know, maybe I'm wrong. Chat, you guys, 200 ballistic missiles is a lot, but were you expecting a response, or were you surprised? Because I was reading a lot of the prominent accounts that cover this on Twitter. Unfortunately, maybe it just is Twitter, and they were shocked. Like, how could this happen? This is real life. I can't believe it. It's like, you know, I mean, we were just not the pager attack and shit. Like that's all been happening, and the recent just strikes in Lebanon. I mean, Hamas found or Hezbollah found out, but at the same time, it's like, you know, our response was coming. I feel, at least just from what we've been, just the headlines we've been seeing coming out. So, anyways, back into the details here. Iran's UN ambassador says strikes on Israel came in response to Israeli acts of aggression. Iran's UN ambassador is warning Israel that its response to any acts of aggression against Tehran will be swift, decisive, and stronger than before. I don't know when the before was, or are they talking? I don't know when, because this was the first response they've had since the drone attacks back in April. I think, wasn't that in April, where they sent a bunch of drones and U.S. and British jets scrambled and shot them all down. I think that's the last time that was decisive and strong. This one, I don't know what happened. I don't know if there's the dome system was turned off or they didn't have any David sling to fire. What happened? I don't know what happened and how those hits came through. So Iran's UN ambassador Ahmed Saeed Aravani said in letters to the United Nations Security Council and Secretary General Antonio Guterres late Tuesday that its missiles strikes against military and security targets in Israel were carried out in self-defense under the UN Charter in response to Israel's aggressive actions. He pointed to the assassination of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran on the 31st. Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, that's the one I was referring to you guys about, the Hamas leader that was taken out for the C4 planted or whatever. I still have to figure out what the final story on that was. The last I heard, it was a C4 planted for a long time. Regardless, Hamas leader's gone, and Iran vowed response. They vowed to give a response to Israel for this, and it never happened until today, apparently. And then the detonation of pagers happened. Obviously, we talked about that, and I think I reported on it on the channel here. Watched some of the videos. Killed at least 12 people and injured 2,800 others, including Iran's ambassador to the country. And then just days ago, the assassination of Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah and Iranian General Abbas Nilforoshan in Beirut. Totally butchered that last name there. So this is like events that we've been, I think I've told you guys at least about these events. The one I did actually dive into was the Hamas leader being taken out, because that was just such an interesting story there, and how long that operation would have had to have taken. Like, these operations are wild, especially, and the pager one. I think we didn't dive into the pager one as much as the Hamas leader being taken out, but the level of complexity of that operation for the pager attack is, I mean, that outdid, I think, the Hamas leader attack. But regardless, it's been like event, Israel taking out leaders of terror groups. So I think at least on the foundation of expecting a response, I don't think there should be a surprise or like a shock, or like you're like, how could this happen? I mean, they've been taking out the leaders consistently. That has been happening. Israel has been. Aravani says the Security Council's inaction has allowed Israel to flagrantly breach all red lines and violate the core principles of international law. He reiterated Iran's calls for the Council to urgently and decisively intervene to halt Israel's continued aggression and war crimes against Lebanon, Gaza, Syria, and to prevent the situation from escalating into a full-scale regional war. So after the airspace, this was just an hour ago, Israel reopened its airspace after the Iranian missile attack. The country's airport briefly closed Israel's airspace to incoming flights Tuesday's attack and diverted them to other airports outside the country. But after the army said the threat had passed, the authorities said flights were operating as normal. Flights to Israel have repeatedly been disrupted by a year-long war, with many major carriers suspending service because of the ongoing fighting. Watch. Senior Israeli diplomat warns of Iran a painful response to. We're gonna respond to the response, and then you respond to our response, and then we'll respond to your response, and then hopefully the U.S. gets involved.
Good afternoon.
That's what I feel like, though.
Just hours ago,
Oh boy.
the
What up,
Iranian
Mark?
regime launched an unprecedented assault on Israel, launching close to 200 ballistic missiles at our civilian population.
What happened to Verizon yesterday? We can look and see if there's any news on it. Like, because I think there's been. I think this is a 100% I think moment. Okay, so we're gonna look into it. But not only, I mean, Verizon went down. The PlayStation Network went down. Is it still down? I'm not sure. We can look. But I think there's been a consistent cyber attacks going on. We got to look it up though. I'll look it up after this. Again, I know that's an I think moment. I haven't looked into it at all, but I know that services have been down consistently here.
An attack on this scale has not been seen since the Blitz.
PlayStation's fine now.
10 million people were forced into bomb shelters.
We'll look into it. Verizon outage was a hurricane. Okay, let me start this over. I told you guys there's so much happening. All right. Anyways, back to Israel quick.
Good afternoon. Just hours ago, the Iranian regime launched an unprecedented assault on Israel, launching close to 200 ballistic missiles at our civilian population. An attack on this scale has not been seen since the Blitz of London. 10 million people were forced into bomb shelters. Imagine the entire population of New York City in 10 minutes have to seek shelter. Children, babies, elderly. That's what happened in Israel. The Islamic regime in Iran has now shown the world its true face. They are a terrorist state. For years, they have armed terrorists and rogue states. They are responsible for the death of innocent civilians across the globe, from Europe's war zones to terror attacks in the Middle East, from embassies in Latin America to assault on US personnel. Iran's blood-stained fingerprints are everywhere. Until now, they have hidden behind proxies, but the mask has dropped. They have exposed themselves directly, launching hundreds of missiles into civilian areas. Their evil is now laid bare for all to see. I have called for an emergency session of the Security Council to convene as soon as possible to discuss this unprecedented attack and to issue.
Unprecedented. Okay. I feel like it was precedented. I already laid out why though. I just told you guys. That's why I read that article first, because I feel like regardless, they've been taking out the terror proxy group leaders for sure. But I mean, the terror groups in Iran were vowing a response. It just hasn't happened. I don't know. I feel like they should have been prepared any moment. I mean, freaking Agenda Free is. Shout out to Steve. Yeah, dude, it seems like Agenda Free TV's been more prepared for a response for Israel than Israel. What the fuck is that about?
Unprecedented attack and to issue a clear, unequivocal condemnation of Iran. Let me be very clear. We will defend our people. We will act. Iran will soon feel the consequences of their actions. The response will be painful.
Okay. A response to the response to the response. UN Secretary Council schedules an emergency meeting. UN Secretary Council has a scheduled meeting on the escalating situation in the Middle East for Wednesday at 10 a.m. the request of France and Israel. Israel's UN Ambassador Danny Danon said in a letter to the late council late Tuesday that the Iranian ballistic missile attack on Israel demonstrates that the charm offensive conducted by Iran and its new president is a mirage, and the decision making in Iran lies with the supreme leader and the Revolutionary Guards. He accused Iran of trying to destroy Israel with a ring of fire from 7 fronts and urged the Security Council to condemn the country and designate its Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist organization. Yeah. But like, yeah. I mean, I just feel there was an expectation of some response, and there should have been. Like, why did those missiles even land? Why were they not intercepted? Should have had the most preparation, especially with all what's been happening lately with those proxy group leaders getting taken out. They should have known at least something was going to happen. Several international airlines requested permission to make emergency landings in Azerbaijan. Okay, so Iran closed its airspace, expecting response. U.S. discusses next step with Israel. Pentagon spokesperson says U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin is in discussions with his counterpart in Israel after Iran fired a barrage of almost 200 missiles. Austin received a short update from Defense Minister Yoav Gallant and is consulting closely with them on the next steps. Pentagon Press Secretary Major General Patrick Ryder told reporters Tuesday. Iran launched about twice as many ballistic missiles Tuesday as it did during an attack against Israel earlier in the year, but it did not appear to launch drones. All those were taken out by our own jets. A full assessment of Tuesday's attack is underway, he said. The Israeli military said Iran fired 170 drones, more than 30 cruise missiles, and more than 120 ballistic missiles in the April attack. Ryder said 2 U.S. Navy destroyers, the USS Cole and USS Bulkley, fired about a dozen interceptors to defend Israel in the latest attack. So we got our Navy destroyers up in there too. He decried reports indicating Iran wants to de-escalate tensions in the region. You don't launch that many missiles at a target without the intent of hitting something, Ryder said. Oh, shit. We're going to get drug into another Middle Eastern war, aren't we, chat? God dang. Trying to prevent the U.S. going to war in Europe by aiding Ukraine as best as we can. We're about to go back to the Middle East for another one, aren't we? Round fucking 5 or 6. We want more Middle Eastern war. We just need it. We can't go without it. Apparently, it just needs to happen. This is a live feed. You can watch the skyline of Beirut. We can hear the booms. Kind of reminiscent of when we'd watch the live feeds of Kyiv. Google what? What are we looking up? Thank you for the super sticker, Sky. Thank you so much, Sky Nicole, for the super sticker. And then almost Darrington says, get your popcorn ready. Yeah, for the debate. We're going through the latest in the middle. You can hear the hits. There's a live feed of Beirut. Oh shit. Damn, they're hitting it right now. This is live. Damn, we just tuned in. As loud as day. As loud as. Yeah. Anyone talking about this right now? Yes. Yeah, very. You can kind of see some of the smoke too. This is Beirut. Vote on our poll. Who's gonna win the debate? We're just covering various news before we dive in. I think it's a replay. No, it's live. There's a live feed. There's Associated Press on there. So Associated Press wouldn't play old feed. This is like this site and Reuters, I trust. Yeah, this is Associated Press feed. Any cameras in Tehran? How do you folks with horrible anxiety deal with all this? I raw dog it. 420. Raw dogging it and marijuana. Vibes. Ride the wave. I mean, I don't know how else. That's probably cope. I mean, it's just what the nature of it. So, don't worry though. You'll get a temporary break, maybe not, because JD Vance is going to be stressful in the debate tonight. He's of course going to be saying a whole lot of lies, but you get to cheer on Tim Walz, and it'll be some funny moments, maybe, hopefully. Like the debate with Kamala Harris and Trump was 100% less stressful than the debate with Biden and Trump. Like I was shook after the Biden Trump debate. Kamala Trump though, oh man, I was feeling good. I was laughing. We had a good time. So while this is stressful for sure, and the news of the Middle East and war is obviously stressful, at least you'll maybe get some comedic relief tonight. Or chat, what do you got? Let's look at the poll. Who will win the debate? You got 88% at Tim Walz. 88% at Tim Walz over JD Vance. I also have a Poly Market up, which you can get some parlays on the you can get parlays on anything now. So while I'm sure this is just spamming the Vance, I'm sure JD Vance has some powerful Poly Market people, and they tanked Walz's chance because he was riding up here at like 70% for who will win. Got up as high as 82% on September 25th. But you can go ahead and get your parlays in for politics, presidential election winner. Yeah, Kamala Harris at 50%, going for like almost 50 cents a pop. Hope you get some sleep. It's fixing to get crazy this month. Oh yeah, I'm getting plenty of sleep. Bye Blue with a gifted. Appreciate that. What do you got here? Israeli forces could. Oh, that's getting expensive now. It's almost $1. Almost $1 for chances here for Israeli forces entering Lebanon in September. Wow. All right, let's continue really quick with the Middle East.
Has launched a barrage of missiles towards Israel on the same day that Israel launched a ground invasion into southern Lebanon against Hezbollah. Well, across Israel just a few hours ago, the sound of sirens were heard.
Thank you, FM.
People ran
Appreciate
for
the
cover
gifted.
in bomb shelters, and the sight of bright flashes and explosions were seen in the sky. Now, Israel has said that the attack will have consequences. Iran has said that if Israel retaliates, its response would be, in its words, crushing and ruinous. Well, the Israel Defense Forces said around 180 missiles were launched towards Israel this evening. Warning sirens sounded right across the country at around 5:30 UK time, and explosions were heard soon after. Now, those missiles were fired across huge swathes of Israel, including towards Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Well, our correspondent John Donnison is there now, and John, you, along with millions of others, had to seek shelter when those sirens sounded.
That's right. 4.5 hours ago, us, like millions of Israelis across the country, received a text message warning us to get to the shelters immediately. The sirens rang out. We ran for the safe room here in the BBC bureau. This is an unprecedented Iranian attack on Israel on this.
Why they keep saying unprecedented? I just disagree with that. I'm sorry. Like, I feel like it was expected.
Scale.
I don't even cover the conflict. How can they say, like, I imagine... Man, is there anyone just covering this conflict every day, just talking about not the emotions of it all? I feel like this is coming.
Consequences could be huge. Israel was warned it was coming, but this was Iran's revenge. Almost 200 ballistic missiles raining in across the country.
Oh God. Okay, guys, we got to get off the roof. These are coming down right next to us here.
As people ran for shelter. With the Iranian missiles travelling 2,000 kilometres in only around 12 minutes, Israel's defence system was at full stretch.
Oh, there was some intercepts. Oh, it was that was an intercept right there. So it was all right. It was working for a while, but they clearly got through too. But there was a couple intercepts. I don't know if you guys could see really quick.
Travelling 2,000 kilometres in only around 12 minutes, Israel's defence system was at full stretch.
That was one. The other ones are getting through though.
We are on high readiness for defence and offence. We will protect the citizens of Israel. This attack will have consequences. We have plans to act at a place and a time of our choosing.
This restaurant in Tel Aviv took a direct hit. And this was a school in central Israel. The US said it helped in shooting down some of the missiles. Its intelligence agencies had alerted Israel to an imminent attack. But America said...
And we were helping shoot them down. It's wild. I wish the United States would at least allow Ukraine to use our ballistic missiles on Russian bases. We're straight up, there's like using our military actually to like fight or defend Israel against Iran. But we can't just like allow Ukraine, for example, to use ballistic missiles against Russia, who uses Iranian drones against Ukraine. Just straight up using, like our military is directly involved in defending Israel.
Says Iran gave no advance warning.
The United States military coordinated closely with the Israeli Defense Forces
this guy's a cuck.
To help defend Israel against this attack. U.S. naval destroyers joined.
Yeah, so our Air Force and our Navy are directly involved in defending Israel.
Israeli air defense units in firing interceptors to shoot down inbound missiles.
The most dog shit foreign policy I've ever been a part of here.
In Gaza tonight, as Iran pounded Israel, there were celebrations. As
pounded Israel.
There were in the Iranian capital too. Iran had vowed vengeance after Israel assassinated Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of the Iranian-backed Lebanese militia Hezbollah, on Friday. And Israel killed the leader of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, on Iranian soil back in July. Meanwhile, this evening in Jaffa, near Tel Aviv, just before the missile attack, Israelis were shot dead in what police say was a terrorist attack. For months now, the world's diplomats have tried to stop the year-long war in Gaza from engulfing the region. They've failed, and after tonight's unprecedented Iranian attacks, Israel is expected to hit back hard. John Donnison, BBC News, Jerusalem.
Well, in just a moment, we'll speak to our North American...
Well, hopefully they take out some Shahid factories, please.
Editor Sarah Smith, because the US has confirmed tonight that its military...
I mean, Israel's being attacked by those, but it would absolutely help Ukraine.
Did assist in shooting down some of those Iranian missiles as they headed towards Israel. But let's return first to John Donnison in Jerusalem. And John, what is the feeling there tonight?
Well, look, we knew that Iran was going to...
Yeah, they launched some missiles and drones last April, and our Air Force got involved in everything. But this response was expected, in my opinion, because of, the pager attacks. I mean, taking out Hamas negotiator in July, and then literally just last week, taking out the Nasrallah in Lebanon. Again, we're not. I've covered that loosely, just the headlines of it at the end of my Ukraine updates. But I mean, we should be aware that's been happening. So I feel there's something attack on Israel has been kind of loading. It's been on the on deck circle for something that was going to eventually happen. I was kind of making a meme that I was kind of making fun of Iran, and on the side, like, oh dang, it's been months. Iran said they were going to vow to respond, and they haven't.
As it put it, for the assassination of Hassan Nasrallah
Until now,
in Lebanon on Friday, and also for Ismail Haniyeh, the Hamas leader, back in at the end of July. But Israel has not had an attack like this from Iran in its history, and the mood of defiance there you heard from Benjamin Netanyahu suggests that Israel is going to respond with force. It's another incredibly dangerous moment in a conflict now which has lasted almost exactly a year and is spreading across the Middle East.
You know what's wild is the West is afraid of escalating a conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Russia has literally been using North Korean shells and missiles, Iranian drones, and Ukraine is like limited to the everything. They're like, you can't. Better be careful. You better not attack any bases at Ukraine. Better not do shit. without our permission, or you're cut off basically. And like, dude, Israel's just been like sending it everywhere. Like everywhere, anywhere a terrorist is, you're done. And wherever you're at, whatever country you're in, and whatever civilians are around them, like done. They're gonna be taken out. It's just gonna happen. So like the foreign policy of just being like, darn it, Israel, bad. But like Ukraine, it's like, no, they cannot. We're fearful of Putin. Putin's red lines. Like the foreign policy is so cucked.
John, thank you. In Jerusalem to New York then.
Should be like, if it's, why isn't it the same as Israel?
Sarah Smith. Sarah, what does the US reaction
if not reversed
been to this attack tonight?
Well, we heard from President Biden a few minutes ago, and he said that the attack had been ineffective and defeated, and that he had instructed the U.S. military to assist in Israel's defense. And as we heard, U.S. naval destroyers fired about a dozen interceptors at those Iranian missiles. President Biden and Vice President Harris watched all this happen from the Situation Room. And Mr. Biden also said, make no mistake, he is fully supportive of Israel's security. He said he hasn't spoken to Prime Minister Netanyahu yet, but that he intends to, and they will discuss the consequences for Iran. And other officials here say it's just too early to start discussing what those consequences might be. But you can be sure that America is no longer...
Also, it's like, man, if Russia launched 200 ballistic missiles at Ukraine, there'd be some, massive damage. I've seen it.
They're going to be urging Israel to exercise any restraint in its response. They see this as an
it's a good thing the U.S. was there to help shoot him down.
Entirely different situation.
Hey, Rose, thank you for the membership. 27 months. Appreciate it. Yvonne Way, gifted. Darren, thank you for the gifted. And also, Darren, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. I appreciate that.
What they're calling a brazen and unacceptable escalation of hostilities in the region from Iran in support of terror groups that it nurtures and supports in the region. So the emphasis here today, quite different actually from how it was yesterday, is very much on what America's calling its ironclad support for Israel's right to defend itself, although they won't say whether or not the US might actually be involved in any of that response and the consequences when that indeed comes.
Sarah, thank you. Well, fears are growing about the escalating crisis here in the Middle East. In the early hours of this morning, Israel's military said that its troops had crossed the border into southern Lebanon, and they told people living in more than 25 villages there to evacuate immediately. Well, today it was also revealed that Israeli special forces had operated inside Lebanon dozens of times over the last few months, destroying tunnels and dismantling weapons. Well, we're going to take you to both sides of the border tonight. In just a moment, we'll get the latest from our senior international correspondent, Oleg Gerin, who is in the southern Lebanon city of Tyre. But first, our Middle East correspondent Lucy Williamson is on the border in northern Israel. Lucy.
Well, Anna, tonight, people here in northern Israel were still absorbing the news that Israel had launched that ground incursion into Lebanon across the border here. And today, we were told that Israeli special forces had spent more than 200 nights on the Lebanese side of the border, preparing the ground, finding and destroying Hezbollah targets there. The Iranian missile attack tonight, though, is a real reminder of how widespread, how unpredictable the risks of Israel's wars can be. In northern Israel, it was clear this attack was different. People well used to Hezbollah's rocket attacks, tonight glued to the sky, to their phones. Israel's air defenses tackling Iranian missiles, wave after wave. On the ground along this northern border, a new generation is fighting an old and stubborn war. A limited, targeted ground incursion into Lebanon, the army says, to destroy Hezbollah tunnels and allow Israel's northern residents to return home. 4 more.
Sounds just like the operation in Gaza.
Reserve divisions were called up today.
You can see the evidence of Israel's ground incursion here, a few miles from the border. Yesterday, there were dozens of tanks lined up in these fields. Now, almost the entire fighting force has gone, and several more armoured vehicles are preparing to move.
A military official briefed journalists today that special forces had been operating just inside Lebanon for the past 11 months, destroying tunnels. They showed us the weapons they'd found. With Hezbollah weakened, I asked a spokesman about the appetite to push the group further north.
We are acting with a plan to carry out operations in a limited, targeted way, close by to the Israeli border between Israel and Lebanon, making sure we remove these immediate threats.
I asked if that plan could change.
We have many plans on the table. At the moment, we are focusing on removing the immediate threats from close by to the Israeli border.
Why is he talking
in border
like that?
towns like Kiryat Shmona, emptied a year ago by fears
Why is he talking like NPC for?
of a Hamas-style attack, there's strong support
Like when you meet a Skyrim character.
for Israel's ground invasion.
I am certain that this ground maneuver will bring the residents back safely, and I think it is very, very needed, and that's the answer. That's exactly what we wanted, maybe a bit too late, but better late than never.
A day into Israel's invasion, its forces have so far met little resistance on the ground. But Hezbollah remains a powerful enemy, with an even more powerful backer.
Iran.
The risks of this incursion have not yet fully emerged, but in the years since the Hamas attacks, Israel's risk appetite has grown. Lucy Williamson, BBC News, on the Israel-Lebanon border.
Well, Lebanon's caretaker Prime Minister Najib Mikati has said today that the country is facing perhaps the most dangerous moment in its history. And around 1 million people here in Lebanon, around 20% of the population, have now been displaced from their homes. Well, our senior international correspondent, Orla Guerin, is in the city of Tyre in southern Lebanon, very close to the area where Israeli troops crossed the border. Orla.
Anna, tonight in the past half an hour or so, we've been able to see incoming Israeli strikes a few miles from here, visible.
That's what we were hearing on the live feed then on the Associated Press website.
From our live position, and of course Israeli troops are on the ground. Now they invaded by crossing the border, which is just about 12 miles from here.
We were hearing that.
Israel is talking about a limited ground invasion, but that's no consolation to many Lebanese. They remember the devastation caused here in 2006, the last time Israel and Hezbollah went to war. And there are many in Lebanon, particularly here in the south, who fear that their country could become another Gaza.
Iran wants Kamala in the White House? Stop. Absolutely. Not a single authoritarian country wants a Democrat in the White House.
The empty road to Tyre. Few were heading to southern Lebanon today. Israel is ordering residents of 27 villages in the area to leave. Inside the city, in the old Christian quarter, some of the wreckage left by a recent Israeli strike. And danger here still.
Well, within the last few moments, we've heard the sound of 2 explosions, and it sounds like there are still planes in the air. This site is where another airstrike happened over the weekend, bringing down several buildings here. We've been told that 9 people were killed here alone. Hezbollah brought us to this site to show us this damage.
We met Sausan El Halawa without Hezbollah. She took us to her family home, which is no more. My daughter-in-law died here, she says. Her sons were injured. My husband was there and I was there. The room fell on top of us. There's nothing left.
Thank you, FM.
Sausan lists the names of her neighbours who died. We're just ordinary people here, she says. And then...
another...
This time, a sonic boom, an Israeli warplane breaking the sound barrier. Time to go. Many already have, getting away before it gets any worse.
Well, you can see here there's been a massive strike. Cars have been flipped over on their sides. Trees have been ripped out of the ground. And just across on the other side of the road, there is a massive crater. Israel has been hitting this area hard, and now it has troops on the ground here in southern Lebanon.
The last time that happened, in 2006, it was devastating for Tyre. This ancient city is usually a popular holiday resort. Now it's already a victim of war. But a wider war is being played out here tonight. Iranian missiles streaking towards Israel in the skies over Tyre. Across the region now, fires burning everywhere. Orla Guerin, BBC News, southern Lebanon.
Well, it's safe to say over the past year, this has just escalated consistently. Like, if you ever wonder, like, oh, I'm just waiting for the escalation, it's been escalated. It's
The timing of that Iranian missile attack on Lebanon tonight is particularly notable, coming as it did hours after the news that Israel had launched that ground invasion into southern Lebanon. Iran also said that that was in response to the killing here in Beirut of the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, on Friday, and the killing again by Israel in Tehran of Ismail Haniyeh, the political leader of Hamas, just a few weeks ago. Well, let's return to our correspondent John Donison in Jerusalem. John, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, has spoken tonight. He's called this a mistake. There's already talk about how and when Israel might respond.
Yes, and if you think back to April when Iran launched 300 drones and rockets towards Israel in a much more telegraphed attack actually that caused minimal damage really here in Israel, Israel responded by bombing Iran. Now, this attack tonight was much more serious. I think Israelis are going to wake up tomorrow and there's probably considerably more damage than we've seen so far tonight. There's a possibility that some military bases were hit hard. In my report earlier, you saw a school took a direct hit, also restaurants, large craters in the road. So this is, as I said, really unprecedented. And Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said Iran will pay. We don't know when Israel's response is going to come, but you're almost certain it will come.
All right, so like I said, the response to the response to the response to the response. We all await. So that's that. Well, there will be more to talk about tomorrow. Obviously, more videos coming out from the strikes on Israel today, from Iran. Again, about 200 ballistic missiles. James Cleverly posted what we were seeing this evening in Israel is an attack on an ally. Is being attacked by a country that wants to wipe it off the map. In April, the UK and its allies defended Israel. The UK government must do the same now. We must stand with Israel, says James Cleverly. Very interesting. And then I didn't understand. I didn't understand this tweet. And they put this one out. It says this isn't normal. Every single one of these rockets is meant to kill. I think I commented like, what else is a rocket meant for? Like.
נפילות אחי, נפילות של החיים בנבטים. נפילות בנבטים אחי. נפילות קשות בנבטים, שומע?
Yeah, I don't know if the rockets usually meant for vibes.
וואו! הכל נופל לנבטים, אני אומר לך מתקפה אחת החזקות. אימא'לה, זהו, למקלט.
Very odd tweet. Okay, and it's not normal for that to happen. However, it's like very weird comment. This Twitter account says, well, it took almost a year, but we finally got Israel to condemn airstrikes on a civilian population. Dang. Trump is going to say that Iran wouldn't have attacked Israel under his leader. Of course, nothing would. Not a single event ever happens if Donald Trump is in president. If Donald Trump is the president, nothing ever happens. Everything, dude. The amount it takes. All right, let's switch gears now. Let's get ready for the debate, okay? Because that's a lot of stressful news. I get it. And you guys are waiting for the debate. I just want politic debate, but it's important news though. I mean, it's just at least now you're aware of what's happening. If you don't want to watch the stress of the Middle East, at least you know that all that's happening now. So there'll be more to come. Obviously, like I said, the response will be swift and will be with a heavy fist, just like it always is. And then there'll be a response from Iran, and they'll say, we cannot allow this. Can never happen. And then Israel will get attacked, and then Israel will do the same thing, and it's just probably be like 50 years old, and like we'll be talking about the same thing, and then people will go World War III, it's gonna happen, and then it doesn't happen, and then we'll do it again, like we always do, like we always have. So vote in our poll on either one. I don't have one on Facebook, but I should add one there. It's in the YouTube chat though. BRB, I feel like a bong pack will be needed to stomach the debate. Are you nervous? Are you nervous about the debate? I want to be nervous. Let's see what I got here. I got some bookmarks for you guys. All right. Trump accused Kamala Harris of murder during his speech today in Wisconsin. She murdered him. In my opinion, Kamala murdered him, just like she had a gun in her hand.
By the way, I'm outraged that she let in the savage who...
Oh, God. He's just like, he's losing it. Like,
raped
actually.
and murdered Rachel Morin. Kamala let her in. She murdered him. In my opinion, Kamala murdered him. Just like she did, just like she had a gun in her hand. By the way, I'm out.
Losing it. Here's another one from Trump today. They wanted to rip down all the buildings in Manhattan. Oh, this one's crazy.
We don't even use it. We don't even go for it. They don't let us take it out environmentally, you know. They spend all their time and energy on the Green New scam. Do you ever know, though, they don't talk about that anymore. When was the last time you heard about the Green New scam? They don't talk about it. You know why? Because it doesn't work. They wanted $93 trillion. The ultimate plan was $93 trillion.
93.
Rip down all the buildings in Manhattan, those gorgeous buildings with those big, beautiful windows. And they wanted to rebuild them without windows, because without windows is more energy efficient. Tell somebody you're going to take 40,000 feet of office space, but you have no windows. This is what they want. These people are crazy.
Donald, you're crazy. Okay, no one's building a skyscraper, a windowless skyscraper, Donald. Okay, dude, he needs to go and take his whatever, dude. Yo, it's time for applesauce, Grandpa. Like, bro, talking about eating the dogs and the cats, and now they're gonna build windowless skyscrapers.
They're crazy. Take a look. Take a look at some of them are actually. You got to see the bathrooms that they project for people. I can't talk to you about it because it's so gross. But basically, water-free bathrooms, water-free, no water. This is not good. But
water-free bathrooms, bro. With the My Pillow collection for who in their goddamn who is spending $15 on a pillow? You're not doing that. Oh, you can get the king size for $20. What the fuck? What kind of cap is that? Regular price $80 for a pillow? What kind of drifting right-wing nonsense is this? Regular price is set. Bro, kiss my ass. Oh my god, dude. God, Mike Lindell's down so bad. They're not. Oh my god, bro. Who cares what he's talking about? Look at the pillow grift over here. This is so ridiculous, dude. Oh my goodness. What did I save this one for? I have just a bunch of bookmarks saved for you guys. Just American politics stuff. Just getting us warmed up for the debate tonight. Tyler Oliveira's inner monologue. Oh, this is how conservative media works.
Where are you from?
Rome. Italy, yeah.
Do you feel safer as a woman?
Yes, yeah.
Do you feel safe in Rome as a woman? Or Italy, sorry?
No, not at all.
Why?
It's not safe.
Why is it not safe?
Because we don't feel safe, like walking alone at night.
Who are you afraid of at night?
Men.
Which men? Men in general or specific types of men who come from different places?
Italian men.
Men.
Italian men?
Yeah.
Okay, they don't need it. They don't need it. They can buy their own. Why do you think they feel unsafe in Rome? Let's be honest.
Because of Africans. They are afraid to say so.
Just like Nick, that Nick guy, Nick Shirley. Nick, call him Shirley. Same thing, same energy. They don't get one now because they didn't say what we wanted them to say. This guy's the one that went to Springfield, Tyler Oliveira, and I got it sent his video. This guy. They have like this new wave of like MAGA independent journalists. Yeah, this one got like almost 7 million subscribers. Where's the one where he went to Springfield for the got the dogs and the cats? I don't know. Oh, here you go.
Don't wave at me, you sorry sand.
They blurred it this time.
Patients in a white van driving around the neighborhoods.
Okay, so in the original he edited this video. In the original one he didn't edit that part. He left that part in there. About the racism in there. Oh, we got to go through Georgian Legion stuff later. Later on, there's a bunch of stuff I've saved. Hold on, let's go through specifically Trump. That's why I put it all in categories. Otherwise, it'd be hard to find. Trump MK-47s. I know that gun very well. I've become an expert on guns.
Venezuelan killers, street gangs.
What's an MK-47?
Occupying the town with MK-47s. I know that gun very well. I got to know it very well.
Chat, what's an MK-47? Is that a Call of Duty skibbity weapon?
I've become an expert.
Is that a Nazi? Is that a zombies weapon?
On guns, quickly. My sons know guns. They couldn't believe what the story they heard.
Trump, all the stupid people said I fell into her trap. They said I fell into her trap. She can't set a mental trap. I didn't fall into the trap. There is no trap. I didn't fall into her trap.
And when I mention that, they go, oh, he's fallen into a trap because he's, but you ever see that? Whenever I criticize, they say, all the stupid people, the anchors back there, no, they say, he fell into a trap, her trap. She can't set a mental trap. There is no.
Clearly.
But if she says something wrong, like in the debate, she said something wrong, I question it. She said another thing wrong, I made her look bad. She said another thing. They don't want me to ever question. They said, oh, he fell into a trap. He questioned the fact. And when I mentioned that.
He's in her trap right now. Still, he's stuck in there.
I want to explain something. The people that you see leaving, because nobody ever leaves. And when they do, I finish up quick, believe me. But I couldn't take pictures at the beginning. So I take them at the end sometimes. If I'm late, the plane gets late.
Yeah, you guys need your ivermectin emergency kits.
You get delayed, lots of things happen. There's a little hurricane going on in Florida, as you know. And so what they do is they say, oh, please come up now at the end of my speech. I said, don't do that.
Golly, dude, he's just like a baby, like just a grown child up there, just sitting there, just crying on the podium about everything Kamala said. It's all coming true. It's wild. I had some other ones saved too for you guys. Oh, yeah, here you go. An unhinged Roseanne Barr pushing election denialism on January 6th conspiracies at Tucker Carlson event. Here you go. This is like one of the top MAGA influencers now, Roseanne. Who would have thought?
They overthrew the constitutional republic of the United States of America. And then they covered it up with their January 6th bullshit. With their insurrection.
Insurrection.
Because the first thing President Trump did, God bless him.
Just cooked. Just cooked now. That's Roseanne. Dude, what happened? Dude, she used to have, dude, the Roseanne show. What happened? Dang, dude. That's her. That's what happens. That's what happens when you go, look at her, go angry and just.
They overthrew the constitutional republic of the United States.
Oh boy. Oh no, I forgot to tell you guys about this. Laura Loomer got banned from all MAGA activities, anything Donald Trump related. Laura Loomer is no longer allowed.
And called me crazy, but what are they doing? I want to know what people are actually going to do. My life is ruined. Does anybody understand how ruined my life is? I'm sick of it. I don't want to listen to people tell me that I'm a conspiracy theorist. They don't know what it's like to be me. My life is ruined, Alex.
Amazing. It couldn't have happened to a better person. Destiny said peaceful little January 6th protest. Oh, because MAGA will consistently say that January 6th was a peaceful gathering. I just be saving things. I just do this when I'm tired, I think.
We can take that place. And then do what?
Heads on pike!
Heads on pikes. That was Antifa, though, huh? Was this guy Antifa? Yeah. Heads on pikes. Crazy times. Roseanne demonstrates the opposite of guns. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Check this one out. Same person, same crazy. Roseanne.
Want you to show everybody, because this is really cool. Look, I show everybody who comes to my house, but I'm going to show you. It's a gun, and it's signed by President Trump right here. That's Donald Trump, and it's a really cool gun. And look at its, what do you call it, Jake, where it's etched in there, Donald Trump's face and all.
It's like laser printed.
Laser printed. And it says, never surrender, take America back.
Yeah, take it back.
Ain't that cool? It cost me.
Yeah, hell yeah. Put your finger right on the trigger. Yeah, do that.
Oh, yeah, that's the mug shot.
Do that again. Is it loaded?
And
point it right back at
presidential.
There you go. Yeah,
seal
sideways.
there.
Oh, yeah. Hold it like that.
And I'm in Texas, and this means a lot to me.
Yeah, put your finger right on
That's where I
there.
bit a ton of dough on it. But I thought you might all enjoy seeing that, and that is true. Trump 2024. And we are never going to surrender. We're never going to be weak. We're going to go the extra mile, do what we have to do, and with God's help, we're going to win.
Right.
And it's all on you.
God was sending a signal there. He was sending signals right at you, but you weren't paying attention. Look at her. Tongue out. Yeah, I got this never surrender. Engravings give you no tactical advantage whatsoever. Oh boy. Oh shit. Did I play this one? I played this one for you guys. God, he's so goddamn funny. Ban the books. Oh jeez. He's so funny. Rob Schneider, I heard she got the jab. Oh boy. The Democrats are sending bugs. Oh, it's
putter or the driver, and John Daly says, how about the AK for the guy in the bushes over there? Maybe even the AR. Get out of here. It's Democrat bug. Maybe
Democrat bug. Oh boy. I haven't saved too many JD Vance clips lately. Leading into the debate tonight. What's my last JD Vance bookmark? Oh, here you go. Would you have certified the 2020 election? JD Vance, no. I would have asked the states to submit alternative slates of electors and asked the country to have a debate.
He was asked to not certify it.
Sure.
So would you have certified? I'll ask you for the third.
Again, I would have asked the states to submit alternative slates of electors and let the country have the debate about what actually matters and what kind of an election that we had.
You
in
wouldn't
these
have
important
certified,
states.
to be clear.
Which that is not the role of the vice president at all. The vice president takes what was given, and then it's a ceremonious act, and he certifies the votes from the electoral college.
I would have asked the states to submit alternative slates of electors.
Or from the electors.
That's what I would have done. Again, I've said.
And no, you can't do that. So JD Vance would have. That's why they picked him, because he's going to help. He would attempt to help Donald Trump.
Very well. How are you doing?
Nice to see you, Marcy.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
First time here?
First time here. Yep.
Thank you for coming.
Yep.
All right, what can we do for you?
God, he's so unlikable. He's just the worst. You hope the couch what? They're still doing PBS. They're still doing random nonsense on PBS. Outside the debate. They got a lot of people out there right now. You be in jail now? Oh boy. Yeah, we got about like 15 minutes before this thing begins. About 15 minutes. Let's go through some of the debate. Details, everything that we need to know. Oh, we got the sounds from the feed. All right, two vice presidential candidates are set to face off in the debate stage just over a month before the White House election. Ohio Republican Senator JD Vance will square off against the Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz in New York. Okay. There's going to be 90 minutes. 90 minutes of debate action. Okay. The forum will be moderated by Nora O'Donnell and Margaret Brennan. They do current affairs show on Face the Nation. There will be 2 pee breaks. You only get 4-minute breaks, so you better hurry the hell up. I better roll my shit now then, huh? I better get some pre-rolls. The BBC will have a team of reporters in New York and Washington providing analysis, fact checks. Okay, I don't care. All right, I don't care what the BBC's doing. What are the rules? Vice presidential debate rules mirror those of the face-off between Trump and Harris. With one small difference, microphones are hot. Let's go. Let's go. No more cold mics. I want interruptions. I want drama. Because you're not gonna find shit out about them in this debate anyways. You're just gonna see how well they can handle the other person. That's really what it is. You're gonna see if you can present your opinions in a strong way, but also like get under the skin of your opponent. You're not if you expect to learn something like actually about the candidates during these debates, you're doing it the wrong time. This is for entertainment, 100%. Okay. So. Same as Trump Harris, so that means will there be fact checking? Though CBS says it reserves the right to mute candidates' microphones, they will remain on even when it isn't a candidate's designation to talk. The two will be standing, unlike the last 3 vice presidential debates in previous U.S. election cycles when the candidates were seated. Walz will stand behind the podium on stage left, and he's going to be on the right side of the screen, and Vance will stand opposite of him. Campaign aides will not be allowed to speak to a pair during breaks. Neither the running mates will be permitted to bring pre-written notes on stage. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions from moderators. The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes to respond. Each candidate will have 1 minute for rebuttals. CBS says it will be up to Vance and Walz to fact-check each other's statements, though the moderators will facilitate those opportunities during rebuttal time. There will be no live studio audience or opening statements. I kind of like that because opening statements like can take too long sometimes, or not. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Do you guys like there not being an opening statement? Candidates will receive 2 minutes for closing. Vance won a coin toss and chose to have the final word, so Vance will get the final. Okay. How are the candidates doing their prep work? Steve Resurrected is a troll. Darren, do we have mods on right now? Mods check in, ++. Walz has been preparing with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg standing in as Vance. He has been holding late night and weekend sessions and studying videos of his rival. Dude, I mean, Tim Walz is a football coach. Tim Walz is a coach. He's been watching the tape. He's been preparing. Okay. Vance is preparing with Republican Congressman Tom Emmer, who represents Walz's home state of Minnesota. Right? And Tom Emmer is in Republican House leadership too. He's also holding sessions with his lawyer wife, Usha Vance, and senior Trump advisor, Jason Miller. All right. That's what they're preparing for the debate tonight. And prepping with Pete, he is ready for, I'm sure. Yeah, because Pete's been killing it in interviews, I think. Why do they have some weird... There you go. Debate will begin at 9 p.m. Eastern. You guys have like 12 minutes. You have like 12 minutes before we begin with the debate coverage. Share the video if you could. Trump backs out of 60 Minutes primetime interview. Is he shook or what? Former President Donald Trump has backed out of a previously scheduled interview with 60 Minutes, the most watched news magazine in the U.S. CBS disclosed Trump's change of plans with a few hours before the network hosts the vice president. Well, dang, dude. He's shook. After initially accepting 60 Minutes' request for interview with Scott Pelley, former President Trump's campaign has decided not to participate. The network was notified earlier Tuesday, throwing a wrench into its programming plans, of course. With no additional dates scheduled between Trump and Harris because Trump is scared, the additional 60 Minutes sit-down was one of the final times before November election. He's done. He's so done. He's so done, dude. MAGA, you know what? I'm going to say this, though. I don't think MAGA's done, unfortunately. They'll have him as like a figure. right? He'll be in the background controlling the movement, but they'll have a new person soon. Yeah, they're not gonna, he's cooked. He's yeah, hiding. It's an educated guess based on the amount of hours I've spent watching Trump rallies and rotting the brains of my own viewers from making you guys watch it. I'm so sorry, but I'm not actually, because it's important, because now you know at least how cooked those things are. And I feel still the value of you being able to say, hey, I actually listened to one of those things and I can say it's cooked. I think there's more value there than you saying, oh, well, I just assume it's cooked, which you'd be right. You'd have a right assumption, but I feel like you have some more weight to your opinions if, you know, you at least engaged with it firsthand. And then, you know, it's kind of like, you know, when you're growing up and there's food and you say, I don't like that, and you've never tried it before and you just think you don't like it. I'm not saying that you'd end up liking the Trump shit, but like, you know, it's got more of a, you have more of an educated opinion when it's like you actually spend some time listening a little bit and then you're like, yeah, for sure, that was bad. Because if you did listen to one, you would absolutely have that opinion. I'm not saying it would change your opinion, because they are atrocious. It is depression. So the debate's going to begin in like 9 minutes. I kind of want to have a little safety sesh before we begin. Vote in our poll. Share the stream out too if you guys could. We got full debate coverage. The whole thing, full 90 minutes. We'll be reacting on PBS NewsHour's feed. Because they'll be fine. They won't copyright me for reacting. So let me run out. I'm gonna have a safety meeting quick, and then we'll be back. I'll be back like a minute or two right before it begins. Smoke them if you got them. This is a 420 friendly news stream. right. Let's get it. Got like a 5-minute warning. 5-minute warning. Also tonight, you guys, after the debate and reactions, it is spooky season. It's officially October, or Spooktober, and it's time to play some horror games. So tonight on Mercado Gaming, which you guys should go subscribe to my gaming channel, we're going to continue with Control, which that game is amazing. It's very spooky. Got some paranormal stuff going on with that one. We'll be playing horror games all month. Got Silent Hill 2 comes out next Monday. We playing that on the channel. Phasmophobia with subscribers. All that good stuff. It's a horror game month. And then on next month, I better have a lot of you, at least for a little while, tune in to Stalker 2's gameplay on my gaming channel, which will be every night. Silent Hill is very creepy. It's gonna be very scary. I mean, I never used to like horror games until I started streaming them for you guys, and now I just can't stop. I get scared of shit sometimes. I think this is one of the scariest games ever made. Was like Resident Evil 7. I pooped. Fear was a good one. They need to remake those ones. There's nothing like, or they could do like Fear and make it like a tactical shooter and be like a horror game just like that though. Because some tactical shooters like Ready or Not and a game that's getting updated, 6 Days in Fallujah. I mean, those games there's no horror, but they're scary because they're pretty realistic. But add in actual horror elements to it, I think that could be fun. Yeah, we played Dead Space on the channel. Dead Space, we played the remake. Dead Space is a great one. That's a good horror game. We could do that. I'm down for some suggestions. There's some good ones coming out this month, though. We'll play new ones. We'll play old ones. Just pay attention to after the news updates every night here on the channel. And I'll let you know what we're playing. Yeah, we got 2 minutes to the debate. 2 minutes. They have an old cast going on right now on this one, so we gotta hold off. Any predictions tonight? Any predictions in the chat? Also, if you could hit that like button on the stream, subscribe to the YouTube channel. If you could do so, that would be amazing, especially if you're newer to the channel. Play Visage. I've done that one. I can't remember if I've done it on this channel or not. I streamed it to the one you're on right now, because the channel you guys are watching right now was my gaming channel. I didn't have a news channel. I didn't have a news YouTube channel until Russia invaded. So I built this YouTube channel for gaming, and then I switched it. But I had to remove all the gaming content because the algorithm was kind of holding me back, because it was making me want to do gaming content on this YouTube channel. But we're out of that now, so I have a whole nother channel for it. You couldn't beat it. You got too scared. Visage is scary. That one's a scary one. I wish I could get a PT download, a good link to it, and do that one. There's people that have PlayStation 4s still that have PT on there, and they sell for like $900. Walz tackles Vance? I don't think so. I don't think that's gonna be a thing that happens. All right, it's 8 o'clock. We're ready. Send the debate. We're still ready. There you go. Let's go.
Presentation is made possible.
Let's go,
by
baby. Lock in.
Consumer Cellular.
Let's go, chat.
By the Corporation
lock
for Public
in.
Broadcasting.
Share this
and by
out.
Contributions to your PBS
There you go.
station
Public
from
broadcasting.
viewers
I love
like
it.
you.
Love it.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's us. Public viewers. Open source. Yes. Dun, 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 dun. It's like when you used to watch the news as a family.
And welcome to PBS News special live coverage of the CBS News vice presidential debate. I'm Amna Nawaz.
And I'm Jeff Bennett. Republican Senator J.D. Vance and Democratic Governor Tim Walz meet in New York City for their first and only debate. They've traded personal and political attacks on the campaign trail. And tonight, voters can compare the Trump and Harris campaigns head to head on critical issues from the economy to immigration.
As you know, early voting has already started in several states, so this is a critical night for both campaigns. We'll take you live now to the debate as it begins right now.
Is it loud enough?
Good evening, I'm Nora O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us for tonight's CBS News vice presidential debate. We want to welcome our viewers on CBS, on other networks here in the U.S. and around the world. We have a consequential night ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter.
Oh, boy.
Let's introduce the candidates. Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator J.D. Vance tonight meeting for the first time.
Let's go, Tim. So happy.
I'm Margaret Brennan. In order to have a thoughtful and civil debate, these are the rules that both campaigns have agreed to. Questions will be
Tuesday Night
directed
Football.
at one candidate who will have 2 minutes to respond. The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Then each candidate will get another minute to make further points, with an additional 1 minute each at the discretion of the moderator. The primary role of the moderators is to facilitate the debate between the candidates, enforce the rules, and provide the candidates with the opportunity to fact-check claims made by each other.
CBS News reserves the right to mute the candidates' microphones to maintain decorum. We have not shared the questions or topics with the campaigns.
Moderator bonk.
The stage is set. Governor, Senator, thank you for joining us. Let's get started. Tonight, our country is facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering from the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Helene. And now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed, thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, and thank you for those joining us tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago, a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together. Understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the vice president said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Here you go, Tim.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same
A
question.
little long-winded, but it's
Would
okay.
you support
He brought it
or
home.
oppose
He
a
brought it home.
preemptive
Perfect.
strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life.
I automatically don't care.
My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me, and she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this
the Middle
country,
East.
for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams.
It's a tough question.
And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you,
Fight the bad guys.
Governor Walz,
Thanks,
do you care
T.D.
to
Vance.
respond to any of the
We'll fight the bad
allegations?
guys.
Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with
Tim's
Iran
ready
to
now.
temporarily
He's loaded.
pause parts of its nuclear
He's
program,
ready.
and President Trump did exit that deal.
It was a tough question.
Recently said,
It was tough.
Just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So
it's not her
Governor
administration.
Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when When was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
That's just not true.
Gentlemen,
Wrong.
we have a lot to get to. Nora?
That's wrong.
Margaret, thank you. Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger,
Walz is
stronger,
taking notes. He's
and
ready.
more deadly because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change?
They don't believe
I'll give
in
you
it.
2 minutes.
They don't believe in
So
it.
first of all, let's start with the hurricane because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today actually a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible, and then of course afterwards to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job, and I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster.
How?
And Nora, you asked about climate change. I think it's
Like how though? Just
issue. Look,
vibes?
a lot of people are
We swear.
justifiably worried
We
about
promised
these
we
crazy
would.
weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about
Again, they don't believe in
science.
it.
Let's just say that's
Weird
true.
science.
Well, if you believe
There you go, get that one.
what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore
Climate change
as
is
much
weird
American
science.
manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening.
Okay, let's go, Tim.
First of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane, and my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together. So all of the governors and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there to that we recover, but we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country.
Literally.
That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you.
That's what I'm
Senator,
talking about.
I want to give you an opportunity to respond
Yes.
there. The governor mentioned that
Because there will be
President Trump has
issues, and you
called
have to
climate
meet them
change
where
a
they're
hoax.
at.
Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because
Trump doesn't have energy policies.
I think that's a slogan that often
he doesn't believe in it.
Use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years. Natural gas, we've got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing worse by the climate.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But the folks know, and like I said again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our #1 export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer.
Tim knows what he's talking about.
Thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that. And an all above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among
Okay, let's go,
scientists is that
Tim.
the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters. Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents
have this
who have
dog
entered the
shit
U.S.
policy.
illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil?
Make them explain their policies,
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl
your
into our
mom's
communities
business out
at
there.
record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks.
Tim's cooking up a play right now.
It harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Didn't want to explain what is Donald Trump's
Do you care
foreign
to
policy?
respond to any of those specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things, regarding children?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good
Would
news
you
on
like
this
to
is
respond to the
12 months saw the
bullshit?
largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history, 30% decrease in Ohio, but there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this, and that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him, he's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up these the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him to, what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch.
Let's go, Tim.
So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this. And he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people and telling them what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Let's
Governor,
go.
your time is up. Senator, the question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president again.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority
I'm writing notes, you guys.
more than 50% support mass deportations?
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this, and Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true, don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Lankford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first.
Tim on offense there for a little bit.
Has made
He's been playing good defense. That was good. That was some good offense.
Lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our borders are. Kamala Harris has been, and it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president
shoot the immigrants,
empowering our law
empower them,
to say,
manifest,
if you try to come across the border illegally, you've
manifest
got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels.
Vibe
Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You have got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute.
It is law enforcement.
JD Vance used Tim Walz's strat.
They helped craft it.
That was so
They're
cringe.
the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this
cringe.
up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. Look, I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us, you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans.
Get 'em, Tim.
They simply want order to it. This bill does
Right, the evangelicals.
It's funded, it's supported by the people who do it, and it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
That's what I'm
Thank you,
talking
Governor.
about.
And just to
Yeah,
clarify,
I bet you can't quote a Bible verse, JD
Ohio
Vance.
does have a large
You
number
quote one.
of Haitian
Your turn.
migrants who have legal status.
Can't do it.
Temporary protected
Well,
status.
Margaret,
Nora?
but
Thank you. Senator, we have so much to get to.
Margaret,
Thank you,
I think it's
Nora.
important
We're
because
going to turn out of the
debate-
economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rules were that
The
you guys
economy,
weren't going to
we're-
fact check. And since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by our own
Thank you, Senator, for
leadership.
describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those
We have
laws
so
have been
much.
on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The
We
CBP
want to
One
have.
app has not been on the books.
Thank you for explaining the legal process, Senator.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process. Nora.
Thank you, Margaret. The economy is a top concern for voters. Each of your campaigns has released an economic plan.
Fuck
So
you,
let's
JD
talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis, prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit, we have one in Minnesota, reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, said, you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it, it would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do, we'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best, more people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer, a lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do. And some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years.
She can't do it as the vice president.
All of these great policies, and what she's actually done
instead do anything as the vice president.
The cost of food higher by 25%.
Oh my God.
Drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%. Open the American southern border and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom. Because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world.
PhDs don't matter,
So when people
JD
say that
Vance.
Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense,
Trump's plan.
I say look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle-class and working-class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Yeah, it was almost tough to keep the narrative together, wasn't it?
Kamala Harris's day one
talking
was
points.
Donald Trump's failure on
talking
COVID
points,
that led to
man.
the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one. Whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever. How is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years? The last year as president. That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
JD's not good at defending Donald Trump.
Governor, you say trust
Trump's
the
going to be mad.
But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I've got three beautiful
politic man
7,
talking
4,
words.
and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop, and we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Yeah, right. Fuck the experts. Donald Trump is the Nostradamus. Get the hell out of here, dude.
If you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were.
Literally.
Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. Ooh. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics show that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I
just generalized what he said.
That's not what he said. Job here, because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford.
How many times has he invoked his mother?
All of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on health care then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you. Margaret?
We have a lot to get to ahead.
JD Vance drinks breast milk still, doesn't he?
Right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions. We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. They look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot, I will get caught up in the rhetoric, but being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID, and I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community, and then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Understanding the world through experience.
Governor, just to follow
he
up
did
on
answer
that,
it.
The question was, can you explain
He got to the answer.
discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Thank you, Governor. Senator Vance, in 2016, you called your running mate Donald Trump
that
unfit
wasn't the best,
for
though.
the nation's highest office, and you said he could be America's Hitler. I know you've been asked many times, and you've said you regret those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020.
I didn't prepare to answer that question.
The Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you
he didn't
also
prepare to answer that one.
Trump's
Wasn't
economic
terrible.
record
Wasn't
while
good, though.
he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump
I don't know how much that one
thoroughly
matters,
failed
though.
to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well,
Will
first
you
of
be
all,
a
Mark,
yes
because
man
I've
or
always
no?
been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out to messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern.
So this guy does that in the Senate.
For example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights.
He sure knows how to fill time
After
with
Roe
words.
versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law.
Got to the
that
point
made
at the very
Minnesota
end
one
there.
of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care.
That's facts.
Look,
that did happen.
This is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about health care. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in health care for a reason. We trust women, we trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's claim? Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies.
Oh, I'm sure you did
to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually
regular old Yale.
And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's
even more
trust back on this issue.
You
where
don't
they
have
frankly
it.
Just
You'll
don't
never have
trust
it.
us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word.
That's not what
I want us to
Americans
support
want.
fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond?
Like there's nothing there and he lied.
Restrictions?
Yeah, well, the question got asked and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance, had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks.
Literally, that's why he's lying.
You said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world.
Well, look.
My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, you know, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making childcare more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that.
Stripping WIC, stripping food stamps, because it's communism.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice.
Literally.
We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things, to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get help.
There you go, Tim.
Senator.
There you go,
Let me
Tim.
respond to that. First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think, whether you're pro-choice or pro-abortion, that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word.
That's just lying.
Some of what we've seen.
Get 'em, Tim.
Do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. Please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me, what was I wrong about?
That is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given
But
this...
how?
I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, getting engaged, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget, Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News vice presidential debate in just a moment.
Let's go. So, all right. So Tim Walz has been doing great. The only part that was a little weaker was his answer on why he was in China in 1989. But I don't give a fuck. I mean, I'm going to be so serious. Like, I don't care what Tim Walz was doing in 1989 in his personal life. And obviously, Tim Walz, I'm going to be so serious, understands there's MAGA propaganda about Democrats in China. So he's trying to like not fuck that up and play into MAGA propaganda by like saying, yeah, you know, maybe, I don't know, maybe I was young and stupid and probably shouldn't have been in Hong Kong with a China t-shirt on. I don't know. I was young and dumb, but he didn't want to I don't know. Weak answer though. That was it. But I don't give a, because I'm not playing into the MAGA propaganda about Democrats' connection to China and like communism shit. I'm not on that thing. That's going to hit probably for that part is probably going to hit well for what's it, Hannity, Newsmax, like maybe, you know, more like Laura Loomer, maybe like it'll do well in the fringe media. They'll think they cooked with that one. But beyond that, I mean, because again, I mean, Tim didn't even prepare that one. I mean, that news I think came out literally today, so I don't think he well prepared a strong response to that. But I mean, he's been fine and killing it literally everything else. So JD Vance, some notes back and forth, Republican talking points, did a lot of pivoting. Like if anything, JD Vance is really good at saying a lot of nothing, and he's really good at saying it confidently, and he's well prepared at his narratives. So if you're just like listening, and he's able to construct sentences, which Trump can't do. So like people might think, oh, dude, he's answering, he's doing great. Well, he's able to put the narratives in sentence structures. But if you actually listen to what he's saying, he's not saying anything of substance. A lot of vibes, a lot of manifesting, you know, a lot of empowering. We're gonna like a lot of words that really don't have a lot of direct policies or like exactly how they're going to achieve those goals. Like they're going to empower the law enforcement to do its job. We're going to go down there and wish them well. We're going to go down there and do some photo ops and provide some motivation or something. I don't know. Manifest the power. I wrote that down. Hospitals, houses full of worried American citizens. The border is wide open. With some app, you can magically become a U.S. citizen. CBP1 app. JD Vance says you can just wave it by waving a wand, he said. Tim Walz, in this debate, he has to defend both like what he and Kamala Harris wants to do, and he has to also defend Biden and Harris. Like he has kind of a tough job tonight. And he's doing very, very well at it. Like he's had to play defense against a lot of JD Vance's narratives and against a lot of Republican talking points, and he's done very well. He went on the offensive one time when he started answering questions specifically about plans, specifically like economy plans. He went on the offensive there, specifically at Donald Trump's plans or like lack of plans. Right, just basically attacking the meta of the issue. Like they want to demonize problems instead of solving it, right? Like they'll make it an enemy, they'll hype it up, but then when it's time to actually put a plan in action, they'll just let it go and keep it going just for the sake of the political vibes and the political points. Making up stories. Tim Walz says he quoted JD Vance about how I sometimes just like to make up some stories for the vibes. Tim Walz was specific. He wants to solve through passing bills and policies. He really liked the bill for the border because he specifically quoted James Langford. James Langford's a Republican, but at least he's a principled Republican that genuinely believes in like what he was doing. And that's the notes so far for the first quarter. I think Tim Walz is doing great. JD Vance are going to credit him for being at least like talking points man and being like not Trump and ramble, but
News vice presidential debate.
JD's kind of rambled a couple times too.
America's gun violence epidemic. The leading cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms. Senator Vance, you oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first time, the parents of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings. I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no. And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade.
Here, kid,
And
go
like a lot of
murder.
parents, we
Like,
send our
what
kids
the
to school with
what
such
answer is
hope
that?
and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible
Thoughts
stuff.
and prayers.
And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal
There's no
guns
fucking way.
run by the Mexican drug cartel. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today
There's no
than it was
fucking
3.5
way.
years ago.
Blaming school shootings on the border.
The schools. What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our
More
schools.
guns.
We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase
make it
school
make it
resource
make it a
officers,
prison.
because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
You're a clown.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, and here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that work.
Yes.
I've spent time.
Thoughts and prayers are not enough.
And seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort?
Exactly.
Is that where we have to go? When we
like
know
a prison.
There's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills. They're being kids. We owe it
Literally,
to them
bro.
to
They
get a
shouldn't be
fix. These are
preparing.
things
Like,
that
this is
shouldn't be that
insane.
difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. And I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay. Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said, actually, about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly, weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Okay, first of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse, or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety.
This is something a normal human would say.
We have a mental health
Christ have
crisis in this
mercy.
country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take
So
gun offenders off the street.
Empower them.
There's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools we've got to talk about more security.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but it's only later in your political career.
So thoughts and prayers.
Position. Why?
Empowering.
In that office with those
Manifesting.
I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is talking about cities and where it's at. The number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should look at all of the issues. Making sure folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent.
Let's go,
and
Tim.
I think what we end up doing is we start
Tim.
looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns.
Let's
and there are
go,
things that you can
Tim.
do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret?
Protect the Second Amendment and protect our
Let's turn
children.
now to the top contributor to inflation, the high cost of housing and rent. There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States.
I like doing two things at the same time.
And that contributes to the high housing prices. Governor Walz, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. We have, first, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the Vice President is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, one of the, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is
no down payment.
You don't have to pay the down payment.
Let's go.
Those are things that make it. Now, look, you're going to pay it back and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising?
Tribal land.
Any of this
Which when they say seize federal land, that's what that means.
You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs.
Pass the bill.
25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with. But the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her.
No, they
not sit around and campaign and do nothing.
They voted for Biden.
The American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked,
she's not
Margaret,
the president.
will it immediately change the equation for American citizens if you lower energy prices? As Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill. One of the biggest drivers of housing costs, aside from illegal immigration, is, think about it. If a truck driver's paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods, too.
God, he's good at saying.
Senator Vance, you still have 23
is good at saying a lot of nothing really fast.
Governor, we will get
open up the energy and the vibes. It'll just happen.
Can you clarify?
Trust me.
What Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is
immigrants
up.
again.
Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in
Well, of course, that's not
migrants.
true.
She's good at giving.
I guess we agree.
She's good at passing the tea.
Look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left
He's been
office.
killing it.
But it's, again, blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask, though, on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect.
They got to be. They're important.
They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like, there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that.
Exactly.
I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists, Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor, your time is up. But
let's
Senator,
go.
on that
Let's
point,
go, Tim.
I'd like for you to clarify.
Let's go, Tim.
Contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations?
So blaming immigrants.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you. Gentlemen,
exactly.
we have
Get
a
him.
lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing
JD
crisis.
Vance has zero specifics, but he's really good at. I'm going to give it. He's good at saying nothing. Really good.
Senator Vance, At the last
So
presidential
there's that.
debate, former
He is
President
good at
Trump
it.
was asked about replacing the
Confidently
Affordable Care
saying
Act.
a lot of nothing.
In response, he said, I have concepts of a plan. Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. Look, it's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. Think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. I think it's an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever
saved
said or
Obamacare.
ever done. But when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and healthcare costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do, but I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better healthcare policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley.
Minnesota Healthcare.
Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA.
He wanted to get rid of it.
He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill.
Let's go, John McCain.
Now, fast forward. What that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Yep.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions.
Which
we want
ones?
to keep those regulations
So
in place,
the
but we
ACA?
also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight,
Republicans lost this battle too.
People were leaving the
They
exchanges.
lost on this and they lost on abortion.
Actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue.
Yes.
But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher. And he saved the very program from a Democratic administration.
No, he didn't. He tried to.
Absent his leadership.
He literally tried to kill
his
it.
job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
He wasn't successful at killing it, so he saved it.
Under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people or whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then what happens is...
So you think the individual mandate's a good idea?
You shrink. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care.
Shut up, JD
People
Vance.
expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying health care once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you, Margaret.
Can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of time. We have a number of subjects to discuss.
You wouldn't have had
Margaret, let's talk
anything
about
anyways,
families
JD. You got
in
cooked on that one too.
America.
He's literally lost on
There
every
is a
single point.
childcare crisis in this country.
He got cooked.
And the United States
Again.
is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you've said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress works. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family and medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family and medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start, the family works better, we stay in their employers, we get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue, those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some places, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family and medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, do
Your
you
response,
support a
JD
national
Vance?
paid leave program? And if
Nothing.
so,
It's going to be a lot of nothing.
For how long?
That was a lot of
should employers
specifics.
be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care
JD
of
Vance.
their newborn? You have
We're
2
going to
minutes.
empower the
First
law
of all, A
enforcement.
number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats, too, have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who's an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator. And
What's
I'm
her
so
race,
proud
JD
of her.
Vance?
But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company. But the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of childcare model. Let's say you'd like your church, maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide childcare in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote childcare. Because look, it is
church
unacceptable. And, you know, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden
political
to put on
party?
American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Yeah, not from the Republicans.
Senator, thank you.
Definitely not from the Republicans, like as a
Senator
whole.
Vance, many things.
It's communism. It's socialism.
The Federal Reserve says parents
every time
will spend nearly
every
as
time.
much on child care as
Not
they do on
sometimes.
housing
Every time.
each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as child care is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their
just
products
like he did
back
to
into our
Mexico
country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, child care options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Vibes for vibes.
Can you clarify how that will solve the childcare shortage?
Something specific.
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortages, we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
What?
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals. Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's $5,000 or $6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, You're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less.
Exactly.
So not only do they not get the money to pay for that,
tariffs,
$4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his.
Have fun defending that, JD Vance.
So I think the issue here is, those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy's growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans.
They both agree there's a thing, but only Walz has a plan.
Election, President Trump's campaign,
or like how to solve it.
Filed
JD Vance has complaints
contesting the results.
That's like the Republican Party, though. A lot of complaints, but
President Trump
they don't want to solve
Republican
anything.
Presidents
Nothing.
Looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud. The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th.
January 6th time.
Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last
Yep, we watched the video.
election.
I played it for y'all.
Asked the states to submit alternative electors.
Yep.
That has been called unconstitutional and illegal.
Exactly.
Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing
We're focused on the future.
Affordable, and
we don't want to talk about that.
I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020.
Exactly.
And my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully.
Yeah, there were some
in the public
problems.
square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald
that's
Trump
not what
has
you
said.
said.
Remember,
Get him,
he
Tim.
said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president. Donald Trump left the White House. And now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration.
Nice pivot.
I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting
the threat of
aside
censorship?
lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens. And it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate
January
and persuade
6th,
her
JD
fellow
Vance,
Americans,
your
she'd
thoughts.
like to censor people who engage in misinformation.
Censorship is bad.
I think that is a much bigger threat to
Thank you,
democracy
JD
than
Vance.
anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by 2 lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi
my
Gabbard,
God.
lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind the basic American First Amendment principle.
and
we ought to
RFK
debate our
Jr.
differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our
Democrat
fellow
leaders.
Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an
Harris.
industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues. And that, to me, is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
That's not what he said. You fucked up there. Get him, Tim.
I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here. And I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator.
Me too, man.
There's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell.
Me too, man.
Donald Trump.
I'm human too.
Acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election.
That frog in the pot,
and he said he didn't. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day, some with the American flag, several later died. And it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state Capitol grounds.
Yeah, they did.
St.
I was
Paul
there.
And said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties.
I filmed it.
The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police.
The dog.
That issue, and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. people hear that. So,
well, they're imprisoning Donald
this
Trump.
Issue of settling our
Funny you
differences at
say
the ballot
that.
box, shaking hands.
Funny
when
you
we
should
lose,
say that.
Being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history.
They're
that
imprisoning
a president
Trump
or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Exactly.
Margaret?
Winner has
Senator
to.
Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Losers lose.
Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we've done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections.
No, they
Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election
Look at
stolen
Tim's face.
by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time.
I like how Tim can't hide his
we need to
emotions.
respect the results of the election. I'm on
Tim's like,
board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Get him, Tim.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. and I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance. I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement, but this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Good, let's
Tim,
go.
I'm focused on the future.
Oh, you coward.
Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation.
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020.
Got him.
We've talked about it.
Go,
I'm
Tim.
happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment.
Got him, Tim.
You yourself have said
Look at
there's
Tim.
no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's
Did
argue
Trump
about
lose the
ideas,
election?
and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that
Facebook, bro. Oh, he lost.
Theater. That is
he lost so hard.
criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election.
Let's go.
Who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump?
Governor, your time is up. Thank you, gentlemen.
That's it.
We will be right back.
That's it.
With both of our candidates.
She can't even help but smile. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you see Tim cooking over there. Yeah, you're smiling. It's over with. That was it. That might be the moment. That might be it. Republicans will be trying to farm the Tim Walz stumbling on China thing from 1989. But that was it right there. That is the core principle of like why so many people are literally not even going to vote for Trump or vote against him by voting Democrat. Because the simple fact that the MAGA and Trump can't just call that that he lost, right? And that's where they had a long discussion. Like, hey, at the end of this, no matter who wins, we'll shake hands. And, we'll say it the winner. And then JD Vance was like, yeah, me too. Like, me too, bro. I'll do that as well. And then Tim Walz was like, did Trump lose the election? Let's go back to that. He cooked right there, dude. He cooked.
And how we promote childcare.
No, not that part.
Certified the 2020 election results.
Let's go back to that really quick. Let's get a replay on that. Replay.
For
citizens, and it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than
where's that part?
Boiling water go up, he was very clear. I mean, he lost this election,
right here,
and he said he didn't. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day.
This is a replay.
Some with the American flag. Several later died, and it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, "We're marching to the governor's residence, and there may be casualties."
I filmed it.
The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue, and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win.
Exactly. Right? I've said it time and time again. Like, we'd be having a different conversation. I mean, people will still not like Donald Trump, and they'll still like think he's gross and everything, but he broke the plane of being the antithesis of what the United States is supposed to stand for in politics by not conceding the 2020 election to this day. And the actions he took on January 6th are the antithesis of the United States of America. Like, he tried to keep himself in power illegally and undo the fabric of our electoral process. Like, that goes beyond opinions, that goes beyond political policy, that goes beyond what you believe in because of your whatever. Like, it's not about a matter of disagreement there. It's a matter of Tim Walz made it clear. He says it right here.
That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter.
Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done.
And then he didn't give peacefully over. January 6th is the example of how it wasn't peaceful.
150 years in this country. We are going to
Donald Trump, that was the physical attack to try to stop it. He tried to stop the election in so many different ways, but sending his supporters to the Capitol was the physical attempt to try to stop it.
And after this debate and after this election, and of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win, but if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it.
My thoughts and prayers.
Have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections.
That never
Hillary
happened.
Clinton in 2016.
This is the best. Tim Walz was like, no, that didn't happen. That's a lie. Tim's like, that's a lie. But, because Hillary Clinton immediately called Donald Trump when she lost in 2016. I told you guys, I come from the right wing. So I remember that because I was like, what's Hillary got to say about this? And she called him right away. I was like, hey, GG's, I lost. And she went on book tour because she won the election. She had a right to she did have her own right to be salty because she won the majority vote. She won more votes than Trump did, but Trump won the Electoral College. So, but she did it on a book tour, and she didn't try to systemically say that she won and convince Hillary voters or Democrats that she had really won and it was stolen from her and they need to fight like hell or the country's going to be stolen. I just don't want to miss it if it's live. I wanted to go back to that moment. It'll probably be posted on X. I could probably just look at X here in the background. Oh, we're back. All right, here we go. Here we go.
Welcome back to the CBS News Vice President.
It'll be on Twitter.
It is now time for
It'll all be on Twitter. Just tag me in any.
Won the virtual coin toss and elected to go last. So, Governor Walz, you are first.
Oh, it's final words.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance.
Final words.
Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks in between there. And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country and one where our politics can be better than it is. And I have to tell you, that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something. Not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage, and then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz, thank you.
He did great.
Senator Vance, your closing
Tim
statement.
Walz did great.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz.
His name is Walz, not Waltz. There's no T in there. There's no T in there, JD Vance.
And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl. And that, too, has gotten harder with because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years.
She has no power as vice president.
Days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world.
The greatest.
But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the only vice presidential debate of this election cycle. I'm Margaret Brennan.
And I'm Nora O'Donnell.
I wish he would have ended on him. I wish Tim would have won the coin toss. That was, it sucks you get left with that message instead of Tim Walz, who had a much better message to leave off with. All right, let's do, they're shaking hands at the end there.
JD Vance and Tim Walz facing off in the first and only vice presidential debate of
overall, though, I mean, in terms of listening, it was a better debate back and forth. JD Vance is really, really good at the talking points, really good at doing it, and he's well spoken with it, so it'll just naturally sound better in terms of like hearing Donald Trump just like ramble and rave and cope for the entire debate like he did the first two. And not really have a coherent point, and JD Vance didn't either. But he's good at making it sound like he does, though. That's the difference. That's what JD Vance is actually good at. Let's go. Where's my debate? I've added a few more here to the debate. So we have some clips. I wish they would have asked the January 6th questioning at the start, but they started with a tough one, which was the Middle East, which kind of got Tim Walz. You know, that was the first question he had, was a tough Middle Eastern question, and he got through it, and he closed at the end. But after that point, he was good to go, and he was solid. But they started with a very difficult question, but they honestly should have started with the January 6th one, because that was the best one. Walz, Trump is still saying he didn't lose the election. Did he lose the 2020 election? Here's a clip.
This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future.
Tim, I'm focused on the future. So that was a common thing, right? Tim, there you go. There's the face. But hold on. But it was Antifa. Tim, no, we can't talk about January 6th, Tim. I'm focused on tomorrow, not right now.
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind?
Look at Tim's face. He's like, well, there it is.
In the wake of
there it is. There it is. I love that one. He's like, well, he said it. And he's going to avoid that one.
Mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation.
That is a damning non-answer.
Has she?
That is a damning non-answer. Exactly. Yep. He will be a yes man. JD Vance will be a smooth brain yes man for Donald Trump, and not actually like care about the country first, which he, as the vice president, as you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to be a servant to the president. You have a role in the government. You are the second line if the worst is to happen to the president. But you're the Constitution and the United States, the fabric of it is more important than your allegiance to whatever the president wants. Here's another one.
For 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah, well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again.
And why did he deflect to a Facebook page? Like, JD Vance lost on this one so hard. He lost on every single talking point, every single one. But he lost extra hard on January 6th, which is why I wish they would have had it first.
I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is...
Exactly. Like, why is... A good point. Like, why is Mike Pence not the running mate to Donald Trump again? Why did Donald Trump need a new vice president?
Where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that. Oof. Because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
And that was a moment there right before they went to commercial break. Clear choice about who's going to, maybe you want a different Republican. So for example, maybe you're a Republican voter and you really don't like Trump and you want other options for Republicans. Well, Donald Trump's made that very difficult for you. He's made that extremely difficult because they've taken over the party. Like, the party is, like, Laura Trump is the party chair. They've taken it. So it can be difficult, but this election loss could hopefully bring it back to you or something. But the further you keep going with this, the less you're going to be able to choose a different Republican. You're going to be stuck with a Trump. And what kind of shit is that? You don't want to feel like you have to vote Democrat every time, sure. But if you're going to have it's going to be Trump Jr. next, oh boy. You're just going to keep going down the family line and be the part of the Trump family party. That's tough. Who won the debate, Tim Walz? Who did win the debate? Let's do a poll in our own. Let's do a poll in our own chat really quick. Who won? I should do a poll too. Let's do a poll on Twitter. Let's do multiple polls. Who won the debate? Won the debate? Tim Walz. I think Tim Walz won because he actually answered all the questions and answered them confidently and also threw back. And I like how Tim Walz focused on Donald Trump. And what Donald Trump did as a president too. Yeah, I'll do one day. Who won the debate? JD Vance, Tim Walz. Bang. All right, over here. Who won the debate? We got Tim Walz, JD Vance. 2044 Barron MAGA. They'd keep it going. They have flags that say they keep voting for Trump for decades and decades. They just will keep doing it. They'll just keep it going. It's mind-blowing to hear Vance and the other right-wingers confidently try to sell that federally protecting abortion as government overreach, but somehow states stripping that right from individuals is free and democratic. Very good point. Very good point. JD Vance was lost completely on the abortion. I mean, I think Republicans entirely have lost the abortion battle. The majority of the country sees it as freedom. Only theocratic, religious-minded Republicans are still holding on to that one, and MAGA who grift off of them, who use them for political gains. But beyond that, the majority of the country absolutely is wants freedom of choice. Like, if anything, being pro-family means you actually support the freedom of choice, because then that woman can make the best decision for her and her family instead of being forced by the government to make a decision. Some other notes. So I'm waiting for some Tim Walz. America has a clear choice in this election. Who will honor our democracy and who will honor Donald Trump? That sums it up. Now, it was a good debate. Tim Walz did better than I thought. Who won the debate? Cam Higbee. Who responded? This sums it up. Let me see the poly market. Do they have the debate? Who will win the VP debate? They have Walz at 41% on here. I think that's cap. I think they're inflating that one. Anyone that thinks JD Vance won that debate in chat? JD was presidential. How? Vance by 3,000 miles. You know, it's going to be the people that like words that have no meaning. Moment of the debate. This is a MAGA streamer. Walz literally defended censoring Americans. They are officially no. JD Vance turned January 6th into a censorship argument. What a fucking onion. What an onion of brainworms. Because you have to layer that one. I want to see takes. I want to see debate takes. Where are we at here? The people are clearly I mean, this is not oh my god, dude. JD Vance is claiming he promised refusal to certify a free and fair election unless Trump wins and is not important an issue as censorship. Yeah, JD Vance pulled that out of his hat and it was like, oh, this is the real question. It was about censorship and not January 6th. Tim Walz did repeal the law protecting babies born alive after failed abortions. Tim Walz repealed Minnesota law protecting babies born after failed abortions. 5 babies died in Minnesota after they were born alive due to failed induced abortion in 2021. Patchpedia. I'll have to look that one up myself. I'm not trusting Megyn Kelly. I don't know what Patch Media is. I'll have to look into that one. Memories, Greg Abbott. No, that's nothing to do with the debate. JD Vance lies as much as Donald Trump does, but he does it more quietly than he does less crazy. JD Vance, ending abortion. I'm 100% pro-life. This is from his website that MAGA likes to quote. I'm 100% pro-life, and I believe that abortion has turned our society into a place where we see children as an inconvenience to be thrown away rather than a blessing to be nurtured. Eliminating abortion is first and foremost about protecting the unborn, but it's also about making our society more pro-child and pro-family. The historic Dobbs decision puts this era of new society into motion, one that prioritizes family and sanctity of life. The pro-life fight continues by ensuring that every young mother has the resources to bring new life into the world, expanding adoption and promoting pregnancy centers so that every child grows up in a loving home as they deserve. We'll expand child tax credits and ensure that young parents don't come home from the hospital with budget-busting surprise bills. Literally the opposite of what JD Vance was saying in the debate. What the fuck? Thank you for that, Chungus. Thanks for that. Who do you think won the debate? The guy who wants to ban abortion access, wants an assault rifle in every hand, can't tell you who won the 2020 election and cried because CBS won't let him lie on national TV, or the nice guy who wants you to have health care? Walz said this tonight. It's breathtaking about Walz is that he tells a personal story of government helping him out, food stamps, grandmother's Social Security, GI Bill funding his college, but he stands for taking all of that away. Walz did throw that one back at him. My mom, my grandma, my mom was an addict. She was on government assistance. Pardon the vulgarity, but fuck everyone who said JD. See, they love that. They love that he was really good at saying a lot of nothing. He was really good at not being Donald Trump, who was also saying a lot of nothing, but did it poorly because he rambles and mumbles and doesn't say anything strong. They got JD Vance winning the poll over on my Twitter. Who won the debate, Tim Walz or JD Vance, sitting at nearly 60% over on the Twitter account there. Interesting. Looking at the YouTube channel, who won the debate between Tim Walz and JD Vance, sitting at 96% Tim Walz. Who's everyone saying that? The debate literally ended like 10 minutes ago. Who is everybody? Who is everyone saying that Tim Walz won or JD Vance won? They have post-debate analysis on that. Let's see what they had to say right afterwards. Now I'll actually play it. I wanted to respond first. Let's see what they said.
Threats to democracy, but often found points of agreement. Let's bring in our panel. We have
your mom thinks it was neck and neck.
Political report with
I would love to talk to a MAGA who thinks it was neck and neck.
Democratic strategist Amisha Cross, and our reporters covering the campaigns, Lisa Desjardins reports on the Trump campaign, and Laura Barone Lopez, who covers the Harris campaign. She joins us from the NewsHour West Bureau out in Phoenix.
All right, let's jump right in. Amisha and Kevin, let's get your takeaways from that debate, because Amisha, a tent pole of the Harris campaign has been to draw a stark contrast between the two tickets. Did you see that play out on this stage tonight?
I think it could have been starker. To be honest, there was a lot more congeniality from Walz than I think was expected, especially when healthcare is on the ballot, when reproductive rights is on the ballot, when we're talking about an administration.
Yeah, you can tell Walz is passionate about it.
In the Trump administration that has fought tooth and nail against civil rights, that is threatening to strip and get rid of the Department of Education. You have so many things that matter to the function of this country that I think that he could have drawn a more stark contrast. There was a lot more agreement than was probably necessary, considering that both of the candidates have totally different platforms and policy areas. But in addition to that, I think that the Midwestern vibes of being nice and cordial were there. But
well, I think no. I think it was no. Well, yeah, of course, but I think it was more Tim Walz's strategy of we both have complaints, but I have solutions, and you have complaints, and then you're going to use propaganda to make those complaints. What do you say? Yeah, I got the quote. Where is it? No, it was earlier in the debate. Demonize it instead of solving it, right? Just for the grift of it all. And I think that was what he was doing when he was explaining that. I don't think he was just doing it to be nice. Well, of course, like the people from the Midwest will usually try to have good faith discussions to start. But yeah, it wasn't just try to agree to be cordial. He was doing it to say, yeah, like JD Vance has complaints, but they're not trying to solve them, or they're just going to complain for political advantages.
But he was out here to be someone who could draw that contrast, but who could also remind people what is at stake this election cycle. I think he kind of tried to tune in the end when he pointedly asked the question about January 6th, when he pointedly asked the question about did Donald Trump lose the election in 2020, but he was not as strong as he could be. And it was actually a little bit frustrating because early voting has already started. My ballot was in the mail yesterday. So you only have a very short amount of time to get this done. And people are already kind of baked in their decisions. If this was the debate to watch, he didn't meet the muster.
Kevin, what's your take?
Yeah, look, this was not the debate we expected. These are two candidates who have had a very contentious, time on the campaign trail, but a lot of sniping at each other. And yeah, I agree that the Midwestern nice seemed to take over. I will say, tactically, though, I think Vance went into this debate with a goal of trying to tie Harris to every sort of unpopular or extreme position that Kamala Harris has had, or the Biden administration has sort of like ostensibly been falling down on. And I think he did that very, very well. I think Walz acquitted himself very well. He started off as somewhat nervous, seemed a little jumpy.
That's because it was a tough question. I'm not gonna, like I said right away, as soon as the question was asked, oof, that's a tough one. Like the Middle East right now, like, and it was about solving like the Israel and Lebanon right now. And that was a big question to ask. And of course, but he brought it home. I even said it while Tim Walz was speaking. I'm like, oh, good. He brought it home there at the end. Stumbled at the start, trying to figure out how to answer properly, but then he closed.
But he actually got stronger during the debate. But when it came to really sort of drawing the contrast that he needed and going on the attack against Trump, there seemed to be about at least a dozen times during this debate where both of the candidates were sort of agreeing with each other. And so that starkness that I expected more of from Walz didn't really come up. So I have to give Vance sort of an edge on points here for how well he did with going after Harris.
Amy, what were your impressions of the debate tonight, and to what degree do you think this will change the contours of the race, if at all?
I don't know that it changed the contours of the race. In fact, if you go and you look at how much has happened just in the few weeks between the last presidential debate and now, the numbers overall haven't really moved much either, and that was a pretty consequential, the presidential debate. I do think, though, that Vance, beyond doing what he needed to do, I totally agree with Kevin's point about trying to tie Harris as closely to the Biden administration. I think he said a number of times the Harris administration, to not call it the Biden administration.
And that's going to work for political. I mean, I guess if you're talking like strategy for stupid people, because you got to remember, you're trying to get people that are ignorant to vote for you, right? So you're going to just tie everything. They're talking on strategic level. Like, obviously, it's cooked to say that Kamala Harris is administration because it's not her administration. It's Joe Biden's administration. Kamala Harris is a part of the Biden administration. So she doesn't have her own people making decisions yet unless she wins, and then she will. So that, I mean, maybe they're talking on the context that it'll work for stupid voters.
What he also did for himself
Uninformed
was
voters.
to position himself as somebody who looked reasonable, who was talking to swing voters, who was agreeing and being nice with his opponent, basically being the opposite of Donald Trump, basically trying to speak to swing voters, which Donald Trump does not show much interest in doing. I'm curious to see if that will improve his overall favorability numbers, which are the lowest of any of the four candidates now on the ballot, and if it just sort of changes the perception of who he is. The other final...
No, I don't think it will. He's fake. It came across as fake even in the debate, and I don't think people are even going to be looking at that.
Thing I will say is...
You sound like a salesman.
One of the things that, one of the reasons people were frustrated, even within the Republican Party, about the pick of J.D. Vance is that he wasn't going to be that sort of buffer to Trump, right? That he was doubling down on MAGA. I think where he shown tonight, where Vance shone tonight, was he looked like something of a buffer until that final question.
That's why the January 6th question should have been at the start. They saved it to the end of the debate where people like started watching Dancing with the Stars, or like because they were talking about policy and boring shit. Americans don't want to watch policy and boring shit. They want roasts. They want people looking silly. They want entertainment. So the January 6th question should have been at the front.
Out on January 6th, where he did not refute the actions that happened on that day.
Lisa, what are your Trump campaign sources saying about this, especially J.D. Vance's efforts to sort of reset and rebrand the Trump campaign's position on things like abortion and health care, which Democrats would say was revisionist history?
I can say Republican sources that I'm texting with right now are incredibly happy with J.D. Vance's performance. One of them even saying they can't imagine it could have gone better. There are some Democrats that are texting me that they are disappointed in Walz, but they're saying, yes, we really didn't expect that much, but we think he could have done a little bit better. But what I'm focused on more is those undecided voters.
Did they listen to the same debate we did?
For a bunch of months, where are they? And they have been texting with me a storm during this debate. Zach Horn of Pennsylvania, I talk about him a lot. Undecided voter, considers himself a Republican generally. And he said he thinks that Vance won by a hair, but His real takeaway is that it doesn't change him. He says it's a VP debate, but he says it was
that just
refreshing.
tells you can listen, like you can have 50 people listen to the same exact thing and all 50 people come away with it differently. They could have something that literally explains everything and it explains it in context and all of it, and then you'll still have people come away with like just wildly different opinions on it.
And I have to agree that it was a substantive debate, more than we've seen before, and disagree with my friend over here, Misha, because I think I did see a contrast in ideology here that was very important. I do think it was stunning that Senator Vance refused to say that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. He's running for vice president. And that was a point that I think some of my Democratic sources are saying they wish he had even driven home more.
Let's go to Laura.
He drove it home more, as much as he could. Like, who are the, do you have some schizo Democrats? Probably some Jill Stein Democrats texting her. They said she's the MAGA person, insider. Like, what do you mean? Tonight, Tim Walz displayed his characteristic decency and passion for making everyday life for Americans. Even when facing polished falsehoods, he reminded us why the future will be so much better under Kamala Harris's leadership than a return to the chaos of the Trump era. It's from Pete Buttigieg. FUCBS, how dare you? Which one? FUCBS? Why? I wanted Walz to be more aggressive, but I'm not going to pretend it's a big failure to not look like a trained lawyer. He looks sound and genuine. Exactly. That's the point. That's why people like Tim Walz, because he comes across as someone genuine. Like, he can't hide his facial reactions. He can't hide his excitement or lack of excitement, like to the point where, like, I mean, he's just he's animated, but he's genuinely animated. That's why people like Tim Walz. This is the defining moment of the VP debate. Vance disqualified himself by being an election. That's what I thought. The minute they went to the commercial break, golly, they should have put that January 6th question at the start.
Ability to say he is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he?
This is the foundation. This is a huge issue. There's so many issues happening right now in the world, of course, but the fabric of it and the foundation, even why JD Vance is standing there right now, is because of January 6th and Donald Trump.
He lose the 2020 election.
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris
focused on the future
censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
Has she?
Tim Walz, I mean, he's not. He did that the entire debate. He pushed back on JD Vance or had responses to JD Vance the entire debate. CBS host JD Vance was unable to answer a simple yes or no question.
And then I think at the very end of the debate, we saw something extraordinary. Tim Walz asked JD Vance if Donald Trump lost the election. He was incapable of answering that simple yes/no question. JD Vance can only get so far from the man at the top of the ticket, and that was on display in that one moment. And then I think
I agree. It's going to stay within the people that care, though. I think it is what it is. Like, if the election could happen tomorrow, or it could happen days from now, I think it's not going to change from now. I think we're pretty locked in at this point for who's voting for who. That was a good moment too, Tim Walz. Sometimes it's just the guns. You had the JD Vance when it came to gun violence. I wrote a bunch of notes on that one. When it came to school shootings, JD Vance blamed immigrants, which he did often. That was a recurring theme, was blaming the border and immigrants. But, you know, JD Vance said thoughts and prayers and mental health. And then Tim Walz says, you know, sometimes it's just the guns. You guys lost. Haha. Kevin, you were in here crying earlier. There will be not a single MAGA Trump supporter that will be able to debate that JD Vance won that. They'll just say he sounded confident. And that's what I was saying during the debate. While it was happening, he was confidently answering like a car salesman, just saying a whole lot of nothing, but saying it confidently and able to structure sentences. And Donald Trump can't do that. He was able to lightly do that in 2015, 16, and it worked, but Trump can't do that anymore. JD Vance is younger, and he's just going to do what Donald Trump says so he can do that. The only way a person can conclude JD Vance won that debate is if they are fixated on exactly. Unfortunately, that description encompasses a large swath of the voting population. That's why people like listening to The Enforcer, because they have radio voices. You guys, You please understand it comes to a molecular level on how people decide things. I've told you that there will be people that vote in the election because whoever has better memes, right? People are stupid. People are not looking for all of the answers. They're going to go on who like sounds better or like what the noise of the voice sounds like. Okay. So JD Vance was able to structure his nonsense well. And I said that, and I said he did well at that. But it's when if you're actually voting on policy and you're actually voting on positions or legislation, JD Vance provided zero. And if you actually listen to what he's saying, it's a bunch of cope. It's a bunch of empty words and a bunch of emptiness. Trump supporters, Juliet Moon's, Tim Walz supporters, all right, here's MAGA in action.
Kiss my ass! We're gay and we support Trump! Kiss my ass! Kiss my ass! Kiss my ass! You're not from New York! Fuck you! Suck my dick! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Suck my dick! Check that vote for Trump! Give it! Kiss my ass!
Just MAGA things. Just Trump supporter world in 4K. Shout out to Aaliyah. What else we got over here? What other tea we got? Trump supporters throw tampons as they face off with Palestine supporters outside. Why are Palestine? So Palestine's out there protesting Tim Walz, and these.
What the fuck is that? They'll throw you right off a building. Right off a fucking building.
Okay, it's the same. It's the same guy. It's the same guy from the one that cried. Remember the guy that cried? The guy that was like, "Oh, Donald Trump." That's him. It's the same one. I wonder if he's a paid actor.
USA! USA! USA!
Yeah, it's him.
USA! 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 They're gonna throw you off the building. Bitch.
Not her so much.
You
She ain't
dumb
so pretty.
bitch.
You, they love you.
That's right, you dumb bitch. That tampon's for you. You dumb bitch.
Not her so much.
That's not even a man.
You're better. You got better.
Not even a
lips.
man. Where's your fucking gay friends? Where's your little gay friends? Where are they? Your little gay friends? Are you gay? I'd fuck the shit out of you. He's kind of cute. You're an ugly bitch. Ugly dumb bitch.
Yeah,
they would
yeah,
beat the
yeah,
shit out of you in
yeah.
Palestine.
Give me a good policy
Come
for
talk to
12,
my
can you?
Come
Is that the only insult you got? Ha ha!
And rape the shit out of you and then fucking throw your boyfriend off the roof. That's what they do.
Well, that's MAGA. That's what they are. I mean, that's what it is. It's what they are online. That's what they are in person every single time. Anyone that's trying to claim MAGA has some moral superiority, they're cooked. What is this? Oh, 2020 stuff. USA, USA, Trump and Vance supporters chant outside CBS in New York City minutes before vice presidential debate begins. Yes. I hate it. I hate it so much.
USA! 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 Fight! 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 You do the whole. Yeah! 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 Get in touch with our childhood, baby. Bring it back to when we were kids. Bring back the passion. Bring back the imagination. Bring back the passion. Bring back the USA! 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 Fight! 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 Donald Trump! Fight! 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 Oh my God!
What the fuck is happening now? What the fuck is this now?
Fight!
Oh, wow. Wow. Fan supporters are starting to get close to the Walz crowd and police are keeping them apart. One person with a painted face is a flag with what looks like a plastic one. What?
I just came from there. We ain't afraid of no Harris supporters.
Happiness is submission to... what does that say? Excuse me? Happiness is submission to Trump? What the fuck is going on? Holy shit, dude. There's no way. What the fuck, bro? Oh wait, so they drew people over there. There wasn't anybody protesting the MAGAs. They're over there doing their pro-Palestine thing, protesting Walz. Yep, that's all looks about right.
Down with Ed Cox! Fire Ed Cox! Fire Ed Cox!
Fire their...
He's a fucking phony! Down with Ed Cox! He's a traitor! He's an establishment!
Hey, I'm walking here. I'm a fucking crab.
Oh, there's lots of
Who's in the bear outfit? What's going on there? Got a furry out there? Red before you're dead, huh? We're doing that one again? Okay, so it looks like there's like one or two Palestine protesters there in the middle, obviously. Fuck them both. No weapons to Israel. Then you have the Tim Walz supporters on the opposite end. Across the way. What is this? Crowd of Trump supporters continues to grow outside of the Vance Walz debate. So more Trump supporters showed up.
Yeah, that's why police, a lot of people don't like the police. I was in Romania, they threw the people like shit. Anybody need a tampon?
Is this the QAnon battle paint?
About Obama? Superhero. Oh, shit, you gotta be kidding me. Are you fearful? Are you fearful? No! Andrew!
It's good to see you guys. Absolutely. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for being out here in support. Thank you. Thank you.
I've been door knocking in Pennsylvania for 13 weeks.
That is awesome. Thank you guys.
He didn't even hear he didn't even hear a word she just said. Not even.
Been door knocking in Pennsylvania for 13 weeks.
That is awesome.
I tell that to people when I have no idea what they just said to me. That's cool. Hell yeah. I didn't hear a word you just said, but I'm gonna nod and pretend I did.
Thank you guys for doing that. Thank you for putting the effort in.
Yeah, we love this country. We have to do that.
Yeah, thank you for being out here and being annoying.
I think he's going to win Pennsylvania. I think he's going to win Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
I think he's looking good. Thanks to your effort too. Those
Isn't this Rudy's kid? Giuliani.
Those door knocks make a big
The Sun Collective. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Andrew Giuliani.
And we also
really
make
do.
phone calls.
Yeah.
Phone calls also.
I love it. I love hearing that. Thank you so much for the hard
And
work
the
you're
Jewish
going out
people
there.
also.
Really?
You know, we
Well,
also
thank you.
that,
Thank you. Hey, what's up, Jerry? How are you? Good to see you, Chairman. Doing well? Yeah, this is the place to be. Good to see you.
Yeah, it's the place to be,
Good to see
eh?
you. Looking good.
Yeah, forget about it.
Looking good.
Sign in a corner.
That's exactly right.
Hey, Jerry.
Sometimes the
How are
best
you?
right
This is
there.
Ethan. Honor to see you.
All right, good to see you, my friends. Good to see you. Yeah, let's do it.
He's among us.
Look how skinny he is. Eat a free.
I'm amazed like how many new flags get released too every time. Like the amount of flags that they'll come up with is infinite. That's a big one too. Holy shit. The amount of Trump flags, dude. Look at, they got at least 4 different variants there, but they got a big one. Big Trump flag. What does that say? Save America. The best chance to advance is Trump Vance. No, thank you.
Pure blood and white right here.
Like this, so they're not. They're wearing flags too. So not only are they flying them, but they're wearing them.
What are you doing?
Hey,
What happened?
homie is treating everybody like shit. I was there just getting set.
Literally a circus. It's literally a circus at this point. There's nothing redeemable left about being a Trump supporter. Nothing. Zero. Margaret was not playing. Margaret killed it with her pink suit.
For our viewers,
Margaret wasn't playing.
Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status. Nora?
but
Thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important
We're
because
going to turn now to the economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rules were that you
guys for our
Margaret wasn't having JD's shit. What do you say? We don't need to go over the the plan, the policies, JD Senator. We don't need to go over the legal the legalese of it all. She had no time for JD. She was big smiling when Tim Walz answered at the end. Oh God, Donald Trump. If anyone knows, Donald Trump's back on Twitter again too. Everyone knows I would not support a federal abortion ban under any circumstances and would in fact veto it because it is up to the states to decide based on the will of the voter, of the people. Like Ronald Reagan before me, I fully support the 3 exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I do not support the Democrats' radical position of late-term abortion, like an example in the 7th, 8th, or 9th month, or in case there is any question, the possibility of the execution of the baby after birth. So, murder. There's post-birth abortion shit. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Just I mean, we already had people typing in all caps on Twitter and doing all caps statuses, but the fact that they gave them bold now, bold caps, is wild. Like, We already knew it was loud and yelling. So there's Donald Trump's response to the debate. The poll. Is there any? We probably gotta wait for tomorrow for anything, for more reactions to it, huh? The debate. It's my For You tab. Anything good? I don't care about MAGA's grades in the debate. I literally do not. And I'll leave it with this. Perfect. Amazing. All right. It was a good debate overall. I mean, it was better to listen to. There's actually things to criticize with JD Vance. That's the one. I mean, again, that's the one takeaway they'll have is JD Vance was able to construct sentences. There was no value in those sentences, but there were sentences. Okay, so they'll think that is really good. So when you turn on the news tomorrow, you watch reactions to people, they'll credit JD Vance for sticking it to political narratives and being good at political narratives. But when it came to answering the questions, Tim Walz answered every single one with policies and directly equated it to Donald Trump or lack of policy from Donald Trump, which was very consistent. Though the weakest part of the debate for Tim Walz was the opening question about the Middle East, because that's a tough question regardless for whoever it is. The United States hasn't solved the Middle East. We've spent decades. No. So at least he's not up. They didn't go up there and say I have some magical plan. You get Kamala elected and we'll figure it out magically. Like, no, he actually took time to answer it. And then once he got into his groove, he was able to answer it no problem and finished up with it. And then the other obviously weak part of the debate for Tim Walz is going to be the China question. I think he actually had a girlfriend back then in '89. I think that was one of the things, but I don't give a and other voters aren't going to care either. The ones that are going to make it into a thing will be MAGA voters that aren't voting for Tim Walz anyways, but the ones that are going to be voting, they do not give a shit about what Tim Walz did in 1989. Like, they do not care. Tim Walz has been the governor of Minnesota now. He's had real actions in the government, real actions, real policies, real things to go on. And what he did back in '89 in his private life, I don't fucking give a shit. And most people won't either. But that will be good for them. It'll be a moment for the MAGA propaganda. If you understand how propaganda works, which if you've been watching my channel, you definitely should. You definitely should understand that, if you fumble and stumble, no matter what it is, even if you're right on it, it's going to be used against you. So that's the only two weak parts, but neither of them are enough to like say that it was like really bad. Neither of them were enough to say that it like caused Tim Walz to fail on anything. Like he did great. Like he did excellent in this debate. He actually surpassed my expectations because I was a little nervous for him because this was the first time we're going to see him in like a big national platform like this against, JD Vance, against MAGA. You guys haven't seen that. There are plenty of Democrats that engage in politics on a national level and debate. Other MAGAs are like, they throw their opinions in there, and Tim Walz really hasn't. He's kind of been the Minnesota governor and hasn't really been in the national spotlight. So this was his first time doing that. And I thought he did very, very well. And again, if JD Vance didn't do well in terms of answering any questions with substance or not going to convince anybody that's independent to vote for him, but he's going to do well in the MAGA side because he was able to structure his BS and say it well and say it concisely. But that's going to cook in MAGA world. So I'd be interested to see what more of educated liberal opinions are on how, like, I want to know how Dylan feels about it. I want to know how other maybe streamers in the space feel about it. I really only care, honestly, the only opinions I really care about politically these days, liberal opinions from liberals, because the far left cooked. Republicans are kind of lost right now. They don't really have authority or autonomy because MAGA took over their shit, and then MAGA is in a different reality altogether. So the only ones I'm really looking for some actual, did this go well or did this not go well is going to be from liberals to decide, like, or people that are more well versed in, policies, or was he Was he honest about when JD Vance asked about that abortion position? But I don't think any of that is at the foundation of the problem. It's really just MAGA propaganda and trying to set up Tim Walz for sound clips for like Fox News propaganda. But in terms of the structure of the debate and who is a better candidate, or who would be a better supporting candidate to Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, I think Tim Walz has it all day. I mean, in general, I think Kamala Harris has it over Tim Walz. I think the ticket has it over it. But in terms of a supporting character for the candidate, I think Tim Walz did far better than JD Vance, to the point where anything relating to Trump, JD Vance was trying to avoid. JD Vance was trying to skirt anything having to do with Donald Trump the entire debate and play it off and not do anything. We're looking to the future. Whereas when it came to, even on things Tim Walz said, he was like, hey, I misspoke. Me personally, I don't mind that Tim Walz was really trying to, a call to agreement with JD Vance on things. I really don't mind that at all, because number one, it is needed, contrary to everything. I mean, we do need to bring some MAGAs back. Like, I was formerly MAGA. I came away from that, right? I want other people to as well. Other people that are kind of lost, maybe. Obviously, we're not going to get the high prominent propagandists away from it, and they'll keep grifting and influencing people. But regular people, though, like, that's the way to get them away from the MAGA thing. To see that, hey, Tim Walz is like a human being. He's a regular person. He's not some communist, far left, Marxist, Satanist or something that MAGAs and right wingers are told. He's like a regular dude with different political philosophy. But at least on the foundation of the United States and the Constitution and electing presidents, that Tim Walz supports the passing of the torch, if you will. Like, there's no dictator in the United States. There isn't somebody that's going to rule over America as like the supreme commander. And the Republican Party is supporting somebody that wants that with Donald Trump, and the Democrats do not. They will pass it off, even if they lose. Even if they lose the election, the Democrats know the implications of losing, right, to Donald Trump. They still will follow the rules of the Constitution or the electoral process, and Donald Trump will be the winner. They're not going to pull a move like Donald Trump did, and even knowing the bad that would come from that, in my opinion, from another Trump presidency and Trump being the president again, it would be very bad for the United States of America. But Democrats would do it's the will of the American people thing, because that's what it is. Right, but that's why we have to prevent that and try to beat, in my opinion, beat Donald Trump, because there's nothing there. Like, I look at it critically. I was listening to JD Vance and his answers, and he didn't provide a single one. It was car salesman stuff. And when he's providing car salesman yes man answers, and Donald Trump's providing rambling and the worst of the takes, and JD Vance couldn't even defend any of them, it's a no-brainer who this election should go to. It's really a no-brainer. How the hell are they going to vote down in North Carolina with all that devastation? That worries me a bit. Oh, it'll be fine. That's in November. That's like a whole month away from now. It'll be fine. And if there's any devastated areas, they'll be voting in more populated areas, and they'll have voting available there for residents at, their voting office might be still underwater, or their school or wherever is still underwater. They'll relocate them to a different school in a neighboring county, but they'll have they'll have county workers in the neighboring county help facilitate that. So it'll be fine. It's nothing to worry about with that. It's still 30 days away. When expectations are low, it's easy to be approved of. Yeah, and I didn't have low expectations for Tim Walz, but like this was his first national event against MAGA and the Republicans. He's only ever just been on the campaign trail with Kamala Harris giving speeches. But I think Tim Walz did great, and anybody that actually has a brain and is looking at this critically, looking at the election critically, will say the same thing. If you're just looking at who was able to, I don't even know, because even then Tim Walz cooked. Like, Tim Walz did great structuring his arguments. He laid it all out. He was confident. He had a game plan before every single question and answer. And JD Vance had his narratives ready to go, but he didn't answer anything with substance at all. It was just empty words, really, really empty, unpointed words with no meaning. All right, you guys, good stream though. W stream. We'll probably leave it at that. I might clip the debate out and repost it on the YouTube channel. So there's just a debate stream or a debate video of just the reaction of it all. If you guys want to relive the moments again, because going through a 4-hour stream is tough. So I might just clip that and post that to the channel tomorrow. If you've been watching on Facebook and Twitter, thank you so much for watching the stream. But the YouTube channel is, I think, the best of the availabilities for features. You guys have been awesome. Come on over to my gaming channel. Gaming channel time.
It's gone. It just fell off into the...
That was a great game. I should have saved that for spooky season, but that was Still Wakes the Deep. We're playing Control. It's a paranormal game. You're kind of like a Men in Black type agent of the Federal Bureau of Control, but this Federal Bureau, all the basically like the upside down world spilled into the bureau, and now you gotta like solve this mystery and also like fix it. So, but it's really good, and it's perfect timing for October. Perfect October game. We're playing horror games all season. Georgian Legion will be tomorrow. We'll talk about it tomorrow, guys. It's already like almost 11 o'clock. But so come on over. Control, Mercado Gaming. Thanks again. Plenty to talk about. You know, Georgian Legion situations ongoing. We got the freaking Maria report to talk about tomorrow. I might do those in videos though, you guys. Because streams, like, we can go through it on the stream, but there's like breaking news and stuff happening that I've been missing out on. So I might do the situations and videos and then focus on the Middle East in the stream. We'll see though. I'll decide that tomorrow. Lots coming. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't. Join the Discord server. Thank you to all the members for supporting. Have a fantastic night. Slava Ukraine. Vladimir Putin do. Fuck off. Take care.
Sir, I'm shooting webs like worldwide. Manhattan all the way to Yonkers. When they say Brooklyn, stand up. You better just fix your posture. And every hero needs his theme song. So you ain't got a chance, boy. What you think? I'm doing everything but the kitchen sink. I try to be feeling in the neighborhood. I know all the little grannies wanna sip they tea. And here you come, all barging in. All ugly like a brown fur cardigan. We can skip that monologue and the arguing. I'm like, here, trying to start. Bang. Here, try to start it. Here, try to start it.
Revenge is a must. Boy wanted get buried in dust. 6 foot deep, man, I live a boy under dog, yeah, and I mean be that cost. Payback time, I show no remorse. On my guy, cause I like go bust. Bad man, them, they coming like Judas. Want see me on the nail and cross. Everybody listen, time on the way, the clock to tick. Everybody listen, time on the way, the clock to tick. Revenge is a must. Boy wanted to get buried in dust. 6 foot deep, and I live a boy under dog, yeah, and I mean with that cost. Revenge is a must. I want them. and no one then. Revenge is a must, where one heads get buried in dust. I won then, I seek revenge and no one then. Revenge is a must, where one heads get buried in dust. Revenge is a must, where one heads get buried in dust. 6 too deep when I leave a boy underdog, yeah, I mean with that horse. Payback time, I show no remorse. On my guy, cause I go boss. Bad man, them, they coming like Judas. Want see me on the nail and cross. Revenge is a must.
I got ice in my veins, loaded guns, I'm insane. Fight for peace in my land, enemies lying dead. I kick shit with my troop, iron tanks, bulletproof. We attack, we don't play. Don't fuck with Ukraine. Don't fuck with Ukraine. Don't fuck with Ukraine. Don't fuck with Ukraine. You can try to invade with your guns and your tanks. We prepared for the game. We destroy fucking snakes. Be aware of the beasts that will tear you in peace. We attack, we don't play. Don't fuck with Ukraine. Don't fuck with Ukraine. Don't fuck with Ukraine. Don't fuck with Ukraine.
Russian warship, go fuck yourself. 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 Rozbiegałeś się rośnie. Sława naszym patrzonam. Weź się tankę rozjebał. Mam pestawiec ze SEO.
All'alba vincerò.